Actually,
Testing, 1, 2. Okay. Higher? Can you higher a little bit more? I think they can hear me on that side. Higher, higher. Okay, perfect.
Oh my gosh, everyone stopped talking themselves. This is so great. Okay,
let's get this started.
get it started. Okay, all right. I'm calling to order our open session for our board meeting Tuesday, January 14th, 2025 at 6:06. There we go. And tonight we have Omari Fort. Where's Omari? Omari is going to come up and lead us into our Pledge of Allegiance. Omari is a fourth grader at Maple School. You want to come up here? Come on up and turn around. And you ready for this? Look at your wonderful audience. Okay, we're ready. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Well, welcome everybody. It's nice to have such a full house, and I'm sure it's not just because of all of us, right? It's got to do with the kids that are here in our audience today. I'm going to take one moment before we go on with the rest of our agenda and just say and take a moment. On behalf of the board, we extend our deepest condolences to the family, friends, and colleagues of Dr. Al Maharis, former Orange County Superintendent of Schools. Dr. Maharis was a dedicated leader, a champion for education, and a tireless advocate for students and families of our community. His contributions to Orange County's educational system have left an incredible mark, and his legacy will continue to inspire generations of educators and students alike. Dr. Maharis passed at the age of 71 this last week. Additionally, we want to acknowledge the devastating losses being experienced by families affected by the ongoing Los Angeles fires. Our hearts go out to those who have lost their homes, livelihoods, and loved ones in this tragedy. We stand in solidarity for these families during this incredibly difficult time and remain committed to supporting them in every way possible. Let us take a moment to honor Dr. Maharis' memory and to reflect on the strength and the resilience of all those enduring these heartbreaking challenges. Thank you. Thank you. It's a rough time, right? Okay, so tonight, the board took action by a vote of 5-0 to approve a settlement agreement with case number 615011 in the amount not to exceed $12,100 in closed session. So we took that action in closed session. Now it brings me pleasure to be able to have Dr. Bob start our recognition for our wonderful students that are in our audience tonight.
So this is one of my favorite awards and a favorite awards ceremony of all the ones we do, and we do a lot of them. And I remember back in, I was a teacher, and I was in my credential school, and I remember the lead teacher said to me, "You know what a school and a district values by what they have in their trophy case." And I don't know if they were literally talking about the trophy itself, but what do they recognize, who do they recognize, and in what ways? And this award is for recognizing students, first, that have found something that they're passionate about, and then have the dedication, the commitment, the endurance to stay with that passion and stay with that commitment, and then make a difference with it. Not for themselves only, but for their families and for their community and for their schools. And the kids today we're recognizing, the dream catchers, are those kids in our schools already at their young age making an impact in this community. They're the next generation of leaders and change makers in Fullerton and in this state and in this country. Watch out, here they come. So we've been doing this for a few years, and so we'll go ahead and start with the name. So this first, I'm gonna call up the principal, Jose, Mr. V, to introduce this person, and I know he's gonna read something about her, but this person I also know very well, and she's in my superintendent's advisory committee. And so I know Mr. V is going to say some really nice things about her, but I want to say this. She's one of the most articulate, kind, empowering people I know. I heard her today, and I asked all the kids to give themselves a little pat on the back because they're doing a really great project, and they were all proud and they shared. And you know what? She said this, and I was just like, oh my gosh, so mature. She said, you know what? I am so proud of our 7th graders that helped out on this project. And she says, I really want to commend them. And here she is, 8th grader. Instead of taking credit for it, she's empowering and recognizing and celebrating those folks that help. So it just speaks to her character and who she is. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mr. V.
Yeah, now on that.
I'm not saying anything after that. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Jose Varela. I'm principal, the proud principal at Nicholas. And like Dr. Bob says, this young lady is amazing. She was nominated by 6 teachers and myself. So can I have Elisa Sanchez please come up? So Dr. Bob, let me tell you, she was hoping to present her project here tonight. She said, oh, we don't get to present it. So she was excited. So Elisa Sanchez is an outstanding student and community leader, excelling both academically and through extracurricular involvement. As a student enrolled in all honors classes, she has maintained a spot on the principal's honor roll and actively participates in ABIT, speech and debate, and the superintendent advisory committee. Her passion for music is evident through her involvement in the advanced school bands, private music lessons, and her church orchestra. Elisa's dedication to service shines through her leadership in Nicholas Leading Ladies, community volunteering, and efforts to support students' mental health through the Care Club. She also has experience competing at the national level in speech and debate and aspires to make a lasting impact through psychiatry or law. With her thoughtful nature and drive, Elisa is determined to continue pursuing her dreams while uplifting those around her. Please give it up for Elisa Sanchez. Next.
This next person, Sabrina Samaron, was nominated by Linda Wingfield. Please come on up.
Okay. Sabrina is another one of our amazing speech and debate students, and I know both of these. I went to nationals with both of these amazing young women, and I just want to kind of point out what an amazing program that is and how much the students benefit from that. and how much we benefit from them participating in it as well. So Sabrina is a high-achieving and well-rounded student who's thriving with a rigorous academic schedule at Parks. Her dedication to her studies is complemented by her strong work ethic and exemplary citizenship. She's also a passionate member of the Parks speech and debate team, and she's excelled in a variety of events. Last season, Sabrina competed in an impressive 7 events. Okay, I mean, I don't even know, I can't list them, but yeah, 7 events. She earned a place in the National Speech and Debate Association National Tournament as well. Her exceptional academic performance, leadership skills, and competitive spirit make Sabrina a standout student with a bright future. And Sabrina is just, if you're at Parks, everybody knows Sabrina because she does everything. Okay? Anything that's going on, Sabrina's a part of it. And not just a part of it, she puts her whole heart into it, and she excels. But more importantly, she's kind. She's helpful. She's respectful. She's there for her classmates and her peers and her students. And that's really what speaks to Sabrina. And I can't wait to see what she does in the future.
And if I could throw in one more thing, Sabrina is also on the Superintendent's Advisory Committee. She is also one of those leaders. Watch out. She is going to be running a company and maybe the country very soon. And she's also put together and organized all kinds of things at Parks.
All right. So I just love the way Dr. Bob said that these are the change makers. It's so cool that we, us old people, get to be in the room with you. So be kind to us when we're old. So Ethan's kindness, empathy, and inclusiveness are such natural qualities, partly shaped by growing up with an autistic sister, but also deeply rooted in who he is as a person. He's always willing to help others, especially those with developmental disabilities or anyone that seems to need a hand. Ethan volunteers with the nonprofit Unimit. Show it off, show it off. Here it is, where he plays a key role during monthly socials and summer camps, interacting and supporting special campers. He also leads the Welcome Committee, ensuring that new special campers feel included and comfortable at events. For the virtual tutoring program, Ethan fills the duty of starting Zoom sessions and managing breakout rooms according to the daily schedule, all on top of doing his homework for Mrs. Cockrell and getting to be a normal 6th grader. Last year, he tutored a 5th grader with mild autism, which was a meaningful experience for him. Ethan is participating in a pilot tutoring program, which aims to develop the tutoring skills of 4th through 8th graders as they prepare to support special needs students when they enter high school. We're so proud of you, Ethan. And you get flowers. Oh, for me? We'll give it to his mom.
This next person, Gian Arias Chaidez, I would like to invite up Hannah Lim to present about him.
All right, Gian, come on down. I hope we all remember what he looks like because you'll probably see him on TV one day. So Gian is an extraordinary student who's preparing to become an Olympian in gymnastics. He competes in pommel horse and other events. He was invited to attend a week at an Olympic training facility in Colorado. We have high hopes for him and we'll be looking forward to seeing him shine on the Olympic stage one day. Additionally, he is a stellar student. He's highly responsible and dedicated to performing at high levels academically. Not only is he an overall great student, but he is a great friend. He is someone that all his peers look up to. And Jean, I don't know if you remember, but the first day you came to Beechwood, I had heard that you do gymnastics, and you said that you do pommel horse. So it was out on the field, just like on the grass area, and I said, you do gymnastics? Can I see what you do? Not realizing he said pommel horse. For some reason, I thought breakdancing. And he actually just got on the field, do you remember this? And he did a pommel horse routine on the grass.
Oh,
and
wow.
so thank you for entertaining me that day, but we are so proud of you, and we can't wait to see you shine one day in the Olympics. Great job.
This next one, I'm not sure if yes, I see Christina. So Penelope Martinez, 6th grade student at Raymond.
So I am very proud to share with you Penelope's story. Penelope Martinez is a 6th grade student in dual language at Raymond Elementary. So she is fluent and bilingual, biliteral in English and Spanish. She is a kind, polite, and confident leader. Her love for reading and learning is evident in everything she does, including her active participation as a journalist in our Raymond Rambler newspaper and artist. She's the one that takes care of our comic segment. And she's also an active participant in Library Club, and the list goes on. I do speech and debate, so much more that she does. So I'm really proud of Penelope. Despite being dyslexic, Penelope has surpassed grade level standards in reading and math and actively participates in class discussions, library club, school newspaper, where she's, just like I shared, contributed original comics that are all archived in Raymond office if you ever want to see. Her passion for learning is contagious, and she encourages and supports her peers along their academic journeys. But what I love about Penelope is she is very proud of who she is, embracing her strengths and her challenges. So much so that she recently published a book, can be found on Amazon, The Power of Dyslexia, which chronicles her personal experiences and will be showcased at was showcased at a school board meeting a few months ago, serving as an inspiration to others facing similar challenges. Her teacher, who's not here today, wrote so much more about her. I know Pam definitely shortened it. So she's deeply involved, like I said, in school activities as a member of our speech and debate team and classroom rep in our student council. Outside of school, Penelope hones her leadership skills as a Girl Scout and demonstrates kindness and patience toward her peers. And as I look at her right now, looking all grown up, I can still picture her in her little 1st grade Girl Scout outfit. I can't believe we're here, Mom and Dad. Penelope's determination to overcome obstacles while helping others pursue their dreams reflects the spirit of a true dream catcher. Congratulations, Penelope.
This next student, Matthew Deo, 6th grade student at Rolling Hills, and I think presenting is Lindy McNutt.
So I am presenting, but Matthew was nominated by his teacher, Mrs. Clemente, and when we sent out kind of our feelers for Dreamcatcher, Mrs. Clemente was like, I know exactly who it's gonna be. And I know it's a little nerve-wracking to stand up here, but Matthew, in 4th grade, asked his father if he could download Blender, which is a 3D computer graphics software. He had no training, but he had heard of the software from a friend, and his dad agreed, and Matthew tried it out. Now, as a 6th grader, he's a self-taught animator, 3D designer, modeler, simulator, and game character skin creator. Every day he asks in class, so Matthew is on our distance learning platform with Mrs. Clemente, so he has a lot of technical skills that I do not have, but he asks every day if he can share his newest designs. His classmates want him to design skins and characters for them, and
he's happy to do it. He's also a video game creator, self-taught. He's created educational 2D and 3D games on GimKit. Did I say that right? Maybe I didn't say it right. Mrs. Clemente shared that he's worked alone and in groups to teach his classmates and friends how to design a game, the process of game design, and to develop characters. He's able to write and create intriguing stories. And Mrs. Clemente says Matthew is an FSD dream catcher.
Woohoo! All right, and this next person, a little out of order, Brandon Kim, and I invite up, there we go, Mrs. Beneraw.
So this is Brandon Y. Kim, because we also have another Brandon Kim. This is Brandon Y. Kim. Brandon has a passion for cooking and baking. He has about 15,000 followers on Instagram, sharing his passion for creating inventive snacks and treats. His videos are creative and fun to watch and makes the snacks and things that he bakes easily accessible and easy to make for his followers. He becomes quite the sensation and sharing his passion for cooking and baking with the world, something that he loves to do and hopes to encourage others to find love for cooking and baking as well. And Brandon also has his friends on the show. So it's, it's a Fistler event. And then recently, Brandon is also on Fistler's K-pop team. When we were starting, he said, I want to be on it. He actually is phenomenal. So you're going to see him everywhere in the future. Right? Do you want to do a dance move for them? No. You have to watch the episodes that are on the Fullerton School District website. There's 2 episodes, and you'll see Brandon. So congratulations, Brandon.
This next person, Micah Veld from 6th grade at Fern, I'd like to bring up Julie Lucas. Or Joe. Joe,
right.
Go on up there. Get up there, Joe.
All right. So Mr. Conti is here this evening, and he helped nominate Micah. We are so proud and very excited to be able to recognize Micah at Fern Drive. Mr. Conti is one of his teachers this year. Micah is a nationally ranked tennis player and our student council president this year. He is very well liked, always positive, and always competing in tennis and basketball in his leagues outside of Fern Drive. He participates and is nationally ranked in tennis, but you can every day find him on the basketball court or the flag. They do play some flag football at recess. They've had a strong game of flag football going since 4th grade, but they do such a fantastic job of that. So he's always competing. What makes Micah unique and an inspiration not only at Fern Drive, but everywhere he goes is that Micah's been wheelchair bound since birth, but we have never seen him with a down day or a negative comment. He is always positive. He's such an inspiration. Our student council president, hardworking, and just a natural leader on campus. The kids are always flocking to him and want to hang out with him, as do we. So we are so proud to represent him, and thank you for being such a role model and an inspiration, not only at our school as a leader, as a student council president, athletically, and going after that nationally ranked tennis title. So keep it up. Keep representing Fern Drive and yourself. We're so proud of you. Congratulations.
And I'm going to call up Lindy McNutt to go ahead and introduce Caleb Gu, a 5th grade student at Rolling Hills.
So again, Caleb is in person at Rolling Hills, just to clarify. But again, when we started talking about who our FSD dream catchers could be this year, without question, he has 2 teachers. They both said, "Oh, we know, it's Caleb." So I'll read a little bit about Caleb. He has been involved in karate for 7 years. He started in the youngest Little Ninjas class, and he's now a black belt. Perseverance, confidence, leadership, self-control, and patience are just a few areas this is from his teacher, see Caleb growing in character through karate. Getting to the rank of black belt was a process that included a few months of extra rigorous training, learning the history of the form of karate he practices, and an emphasis on serving others. In his black belt training, he and the other students led an effort to run a food drive benefiting a local food bank. And now that he's a black belt, he goes early before classes to assist younger students in their training. It's not required, but it's the way he sees that he can give back. One thing that is just admired about where Caleb is in his karate journey is that he's both a student and a leader. And we see this every day on campus, not just in your karate classes. Some days it's about learning a new and challenging kata, did I say that right? Or doing partner work with someone who's much bigger than he is. Some days it's repetition for him as a student, and he has the chance to refine his work and demonstrate a positive attitude. Caleb is a leader at school and in karate, and we're just so proud of you.
Next, I would like to bring up Jordan Lynn, a 5th grade student at Laguna Road and nominated by Kathy Wilson.
I have the honor and privilege of being Jordan's 5th grade teacher, and I can tell you that without a doubt, he is one of the most incredible human beings I have ever met, and I've been teaching for a very long time. But in addition to that, Jordan Lynn is an award-winning pianist who recently won a musical competition and performed at Carnegie Hall in December of this year. In addition to his talent, he is kind, generous, and incredibly helpful. He loves to help his peers with his schoolwork and has a little buddy in TK who he goes out of his way to show him how wonderful school is, creating a strong foundation for that TK student. Jordan is a true dream catcher, and more importantly, he thinks I am gorgeous.
He is.
Stunning beautiful. So it is my honor and privilege to introduce you to Jordan Lim.
And then lastly, I'd like to bring up Amari Fort, 4th grader at Maple, nominated by Amanda, the principal.
So Amari is a 4th grader at Maple, and I am new to Maple. This is my first year, and Omari was one of my first kiddos that I met. And when you talk about the Maple experience, Omari really just is the embodiment of that. So these are just some of the things that staff has said about Omari. He's an inspiring student who exemplifies perseverance, friendship, and leadership with the Maple community. Despite living with sickle cell, Omari approaches every day with resilience and optimism, refusing to let his condition define or limit him. His positive attitude uplifts those around him, making him a source of encouragement for friends and peers facing challenges. Omari embodies the core values of the Maple Way by making positive choices, practicing respect, and leading by example. His teacher describes him as calm, cool, and collected, qualities that draw others toward him both in the classroom and on the playground. His friends say that he's known for his empathy, his kindness, and he's willing to listen to them. That Omari fosters meaningful friendships based on trust and encouragement. One friend said he was a very kind and authentic soul. In every aspect of his life, Omari leads with integrity and embodies the principles of respect that define the Maple community. His strength, compassion, and optimistic spirit make him a role model to others, showing nothing that can stand in the way of your dreams. Congratulations, Omari.
All right, could we get, first of all, big round of applause for all of these students. And then second, could I have the students all up in the front? We're gonna take a photo, and then I'd like a photo with basically anybody from that nominated them or were part of the team that nominated, and we'll have a big group shot with everybody. Let's start though with the students. Come on up to the front.
Here in the front.
Come. All right. And then board members, if you want to kind of get in there, that'd be great. Now, everybody who's nominated and principals, and come on up.
I think we'll take a 5-minute break to allow everybody to, if you guys would like to stay, you're welcome to stay, but if you would like to go and have dinner, this might be the time to go. So, up to you guys, right? No?
Yeah, you know what?
Hold on. Wait, stop.
You know, okay, I blew it. There was a video.
Oh, a video.
Okay.
You guys are stars. Wait.
Okay, there's a video, and then you could go.
Video time. So close.
So close. Now you can.
Again, we're so proud of all of you. We want you to know that on behalf of the board to always, always follow your dreams. Right? Life is around you. Make sure that as you grow up, that you don't forget that. Follow what you feel passionate about. I hope that our district allows you that opportunity, and we're all in great hands because you guys rock. So thank you so much. So on that note, whoever would like to take this opportunity to scoot off, go right ahead. 5 minutes, we'll start up again.
I need to run to go potty.
Congratulations. So you.
Oh yeah. Giving you the side eye. All right, welcome back. Okay. Oh, wow. It did clear out a little, huh? Okay. All right. So we'll start now with our superintendent's report. Dr. Bob.
I
Okay. All right. So then we'll go to information from our Board of Trustees. I think we'll start down with James. Would you like to start tonight?
Sure thing. So over the past month, I've had a chance to visit some sites. I think I was at Sunset Lane, Laguna Road, the Korean Outreach Group, and Parks. And at Parks, they were really excited to hear about the bond passing and what that meant for their school. And they're really excited to be able to name the facility. So looking forward to seeing what comes out of the committee and to see a gym be built in my old junior high where maybe they can have some respite from the sun and some of the cold days. As for Laguna, I really enjoyed the opportunity to meet with the Korean parents there. Yesterday was Korean American Day, so 축하합니다. That's my elementary school level Korean. And really we're looking forward to working with Dr. Pletka on some possible solutions to making sure that the information that we already have and are disseminating are being disseminated to the right channels to get to the Korean parents, because public education is a resource that every family deserves regardless of what language you speak. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah. So I wanted to share a little bit more because I know Vanessa and I both had a chance to go to last week, Wednesday, we had a meeting on immigration and safe schools zones, the fact that our schools are safe, but we wanted to talk more about that. And so DLAC hosted an event. We had district leaders supporting, and it was a really powerful opportunity for us to hear from experts that were taking stock of existing laws, policies that exist to help us be prepared for new changes that may be coming with the new Trump administration. We had nationally recognized experts. We also had local folks who are doing no-cost, low-cost immigration law and nonprofits that were there to answer a lot of questions. And all of them were FSD parents and community members. So it was really great to see that we have a wealth of resources in our community to support our families and our kids. And so I felt like it was a really great start. We had great turnout, I think, especially in the morning, but evening as well, and a lot of folks that joined on Zoom as well. And so the feeling after that meeting, I think, was really a desire to see something replicated at each school site where folks could have a little bit more trust, relatability to just ask their questions with the community that they're most connected to. So that's something I think as school principals, SSAs, and ELAC leaders discuss, I really want to make sure our district is supporting that effort to kind of replicate and roll this out to every single school site that desires to have that. I also just want to express, I think for us as a board, I think it's important that we have regular meetings and updates as a board, as there are changes that may be affecting our communities and responses that we need to be ensuring that we're working to keep our students safe and our families assured of that work that we're doing as a school. And it needs to be communicated well to our families, to our community, from the top down and the bottom up, that we're, that they belong and that school is safe and that we are doing what we can to ensure that as best we can. Because I think the two things I was thinking about that I left that meeting thinking about was, first of all, just to clearly communicate that California is a sanctuary state, that we have the laws, the protection for undocumented students and their families, we have the resources, and that the resources that our state provides, whether it's Medi-Cal, CalFresh, California driver's license, access to hospitals, emergency rooms, schools, that these are for the public and they're for everyone. Because we acknowledge as a state that everyone benefits when everyone's needs are met, and it's good for everybody, and we all thrive together. And then, but even with that, I think there's still a lot of fear and uncertainty in our community, and so families do want to know where we stand. And so I think just affirming that California law and our FSD policies, that we keep their information private. We don't keep information on immigration status, whether that's of kids or families. We don't have that information, we don't ask for it, and we don't keep it. And that we don't work with ICE or immigration enforcement, that schools remain a safe place for students and for their families, no matter what their immigration status. And I think we tried very clearly to state that there will be zero tolerance for anyone within our staff that treats them differently or discriminates or acts or does otherwise against our students and our families or staff. And so I was really proud of that first step that we had this opportunity to talk and to listen and hear from the community and respond to both fears and concerns, questions that they had. But it's the beginning. And so I think that as Fullerton, we want to continue to make sure that we are a safe place, that every single child has the right and deserves to be educated without discrimination, that they belong here, they're cherished, they're wanted, and they're part of our community, and will continue to do so and for the time as it goes. So that was a really important meeting that I was really grateful to be a part of. And I just want to also mention, obviously, my work is around human trafficking, and this month of January is Human Trafficking Prevention Month. Saturday was Human Trafficking Awareness Day, and so it's a month for us to be dedicated to focusing on how we can continue to draw attention to this important issue, as well as work to keep our community safe, and especially our FSD kids. So today I had an honor of having a chance to speak to, in partnership with the Orange County Department of Ed, some of our staff were able to join. I hosted a conference on basically how trends that we're seeing in human trafficking, and specifically how schools can better respond and do prevention education for our students, because it absolutely affects our kids. We know in Orange County that 36% of the victims of human trafficking are minors. And there are kids from our communities and our schools, and so we have an obligation and an opportunity to keep working to address this issue. And I'm really proud of the work that we're doing here at FSD. I mean, in the 2 years since I've been on the board, I feel like we've made so much progress of everything from, tonight we're talking about some of our most vulnerable kids and the ways that these issues affect them. Kids that experience homelessness or are involved in the foster care youth, I know we're focusing on them and their academic progress as well as their holistic well-being. We're going to hear more about that tonight. But anybody who has a phone has a risk. Anyone who has access to the internet has risks, and that's why I'm really proud that we've been working on our digital wellness and our approaches to keeping kids safe online and teaching them how to use the internet safely. And I know that's where Jeremy is tonight. He and Pablo sharing on the model that we're really crafting for a lot of school districts to see how we can do that better. I know in this month, we're going to be sending 100 of our junior hires to participate in the Orange County Human Trafficking Task Force event, Know More, Do Better. So they'll learn and hopefully bring back some of that information to their schools, along with our teachers and staff, and be advocates on their campuses for other peers to protect and help create awareness. And I know our cell phone policy, we were talking, Vanessa and I got to talk to the Superintendent Advisory Council, the junior hires today, and hear, how, there's still some kids that are struggling with not having easy access to their phones, but also how it's made a difference in the climate and how kids are interacting with one another. And it was great to have a chance to also talk about some of the negative impact of screen addictions and how our hope is to break free from that while they're at school. And then finally, just thinking about how we've been increasing our standards and protection for children in a way that we train up adults to ensure child protection. I think we've done a lot, but we still can continue to do more. I want to see us grow, especially as we think about adapting our lessons, especially with common sense media, some of our SEL lessons, to really respond to the needs and the trends that we're seeing, and listening to what kids are experiencing and how we can support them in it.
Vanessa?
Okay. Well, first of all, Happy New Year, because we haven't seen each other since the break. Happy New Year. I do have a lot of notes, so bear with me. Just kidding. No, they are long. So before the winter break, I wanted to make some of you laugh. It's kind of quiet in here now that all the young children and families have left. For those of you who are watching us online, just, I can hear you smiling and laughing through the camera. So before the winter break, I was actually invited to attend, I believe this was at Pacific Drive, the community schools and the 10 essentials for families. They received awards, and I really want to acknowledge and thank the community schools and education department for putting these classes together for our families and our parents, because I know, oh, you're here, hi. Thank you. Thank you for putting this together, because it's very important for our parents to know that we have the best intentions for them and that we have the resources and the classes that are available for them to be able to take at their own school and learn about school, what happens at school, how can they help their children. And I was actually, it was very inspiring. I know Dr. Linda Sotero and I were there bringing back, hoping not to cry because it was very emotional. A lot of the parents there did vision boards, and they talked about their family and how they want to help their children and what their children want to be when they grow up. But it was very emotional because the children were there with them. And so the children were introducing themselves and talking to us about their vision and what they want to do when they grow up. And it was very inspiring. We had parents that they don't even speak English. Spanish is not even their first language. Like, they speak dialect. They spoke a dialect before they came here. And it was very inspiring to see that they have children who now aspire to be astronauts, who want to be engineers, who want to be something really big, and the parents are here taking the classes because they want to be able to support and encourage their education. So it was very inspiring for me to attend, so I want to thank them, thank the Education Department, Community Schools for inviting me to be a part of this. I also attended certification for Poder classes at Nicholas Junior High. I wanted to go on a diet after I saw those ladies, and I did run out, I have to admit. I ran out before they pulled out the scales. But I mean, the parents' determination to learn and support their families and be willing to take their health first into consideration so that they can be there for their families and for their children was, again, very inspiring. So I thank you for inviting me. I thank you for letting me be a part of this because it is very inspiring for me to see. And I want to ask parents to please participate. The classes are there, they're available. If you're part of the Community Schools Network, which I believe we have 8 schools at this moment, those classes are at your school, they're in the morning. Please take advantage of them because all the resources are there for you. The school is bringing teachers, they're bringing all the support systems that you need to be able to help your children thrive. So please take advantage of those. I also attended, as Ruthie said, Ruthie already so eloquently talked about the DLAC meeting that we had on June 8th, so I'm not gonna do a big recap, but I do want to thank the DLAC department, the education, the administrators, the translators that were there, all the principals that attended, again, the SSAs, everybody that was there, because you were all there for one reason, and that is that you care, and you know that safety is the number one, the most important thing other than educating the children. For us in our school, it is a big priority, and I thank you all for being there. Also, one of the biggest questions that they had was about, it was a Medi-Cal question. And I want to say, we have an expert here in our school board. So I would hope that, as I already spoke to Trustee Cho, and I would love for him to be able to send people from his team, because he's offered, to be able to send people from social services, to be able to make small individual presentations at each school, because I feel like a lot of the questions that our parents have are very intimate, and they don't necessarily want to have a big room full of people asking those questions. So I would love to be able to have Trustee Cho be able to bring some of the people that he works with and be able to answer every question that any parent might have in regards to Medi-Cal, applying for Medi-Cal, how I know they were worried about applying and that being an issue with their immigration status. So again, I'm going to ask Trustee Cho to please do that for us. Also, I attended a drive that we had at Rolling Hills this last Saturday. I see a lot of you came by and dropped off donations. And I have to say, it was very overwhelming to see the number of people that showed up to support. We had families that don't have children in our district, but heard about the drive, had to go buy cases of water, pet supplies. And I appreciate all the drives. We do have a few more drives that are happening, and if you weren't able to make it this last Sunday, I have a flyer here for Commonwealth School Community and also Fern Drive. But I want to ask all of our families, if you are available to volunteer, if you are able to and have the ability to donate, please make sure that we are intentional in what we are bringing to donate, because I get it. Clean out your closet, but only bring items that they're actually asking for, because read the notes. If they're only asking for water, if they're asking for blankets, if they're asking for food supplies, because if you bring a bunch of items that they're not really asking for, like we're getting a lot of appliances, we can't give them appliances that they have to plug into because they don't have anywhere to plug them in. So non-perishable foods, water, flashlights, charging wire cords. So please, I ask that if you're going to bring donations, we had a big pile of items that we were trying to figure out where we were going to take it because it wasn't part of the list, and the donation locations weren't going to take those items. So, I just urge you, I thank you all for making the donation, but also please let's read the list and let's be intentional in what we are bringing and what we are donating for these drives. I was also able to attend this morning the Woodcrest Elementary, where OC Grip and the Orange County Credit Union were able to partner up and bring parents a presentation on setting and reaching financial goals. They talked to the parents about opening up bank accounts and when to use a credit card. And now I think, I forget the name that they call them, but they used to be called CDs back in the day, where savings accounts that you don't touch for a certain amount of times. And so I really love the fact that our schools are coming together and partnering with our community, like Orange County Credit Union, to be able to bring these resources to our families who would otherwise not be able to know that there are locations where you can actually go get a bank account without having to pay the monthly service fee or a really high percentage rate, this is all very important, and I think our parents are very interested in taking all of these classes. So community schools, your very own school, partnering with having other community partners bring classes to the school. And as Ruthie said, the superintendent student advisory meeting today, oh my goodness. These young leaders definitely impressed me. I was able to hear part of the Ladera Vista presentation and what they did in regards to the cell phone policy, and they decided to have a competition on cyberbullying, and they had them do artwork and banners and prints. And so when we asked them, well, how do you think that went? And they said, I don't think it went that well because, only a certain amount of kids were able to participate. And it was mostly, this is an arts school. So a lot of them were doing handwritten posters. They were doing digital. And I said, well, what do you mean it didn't go very well? We talked to them about having our resources and having them print all those banners and all those posters that the kids made at school, and now they're going to be printed and be posted all over the school. So that maybe didn't have a good response right at that moment, but the impact that those posters are going to have year round, having them at school, I feel like it's going to make a great impact. And then we were talking to Dr. Brown because she was there, and she said, why don't we make them into bookmarks? I love bookmarks. I love a good bookmark. And so I said, oh my gosh, that's a great idea. So the fact that these kids are coming in and having are these great ideas of how they can help their own schools and taking their peers into consideration, being able to do all these projects. I can't wait to see what they're going to do for their spring project. It's going to be so exciting. Oh, and I attended 2 ELAC meetings, but I better stop now. Rooney, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Happy New Year, everyone. We had this wonderful presentation tonight on our dream catchers, and this year started out so strange, and it reminds me that sometimes we have wonderful things happen, and sometimes we have things that are not so wonderful happen. And tonight I just wanted to take a bit of my time to talk about the passing last week of Dr. Amarjit Singh Marwa. He was a respected leader, philanthropist in the Indian American and more specifically the Punjabi Sikh American community. He arrived in the 1950s from India, wore a turban. I asked him one time if he ever felt like he'd had any experiences with discrimination. And he laughed and he said, "I don't know, I think everybody just thought I was some prince from a faraway land. They treated me very well." He came on a scholarship, Fulbright or Guggenheim, I'm not sure which, but spent some time doing his graduate studies in New York and then moved to Southern California. He had a thriving dental surgical practice, but it was his association with former LA Mayor Tom Bradley that sort of catapulted his career into a new direction. He served on an arts commission for the city of Los Angeles beginning in the late 1970s, and then from that point on he became known as sort of a celebrity dentist. And so they didn't have reality television back then, but I would imagine his life probably would have merited a show where he was performing all these amazing surgeries. But in his later years, he became known as the go-to person pretty much at any wedding, any funeral. The community would look to him for words of guidance and words for support. So in a very real sense, he spoke at my wedding to my wife Pamela as well. We're so grateful to have known him. The whole community is so grateful for the life that he lived. In a real sense, he was a dream catcher. And if you're wondering how some of our children, what will they be doing 50, 60, 70 years hence, I think all of them and myself would say that if we could live up to just even a fraction of what Dr. Marwa achieved, then truly that would be a life well lived. So thank you very much for bearing with me, but all of our respect to his family and loved ones at this time.
Thank you, Rooney. Thank you, everybody. Okay, I'll try and be short because I know you guys have all said so much. Again, the Dreamcatcher presentation was remarkable, watching those students come up and their smiles on their faces, and all of them were here meant a lot, right? That they were all here, their families were all here, it really meant something special to them, so thank you for that. I wanted to just do a shout out because it seems like so long ago, but the Orange County Register, I still get a paper. We have digital and paper in my family, but if you have a piece of paper, you could see that Marcio and Pablo are here on the 125 Orange County's most influential people, right? So they're off today. So I wanted to recognize them for being in the newspaper there. I'll save that for them. Wanted to let my fellow board members know that holidays are a blur, right? So things happen and you're on vacation, and CSBA has an assembly, delegate assembly, that bring each region of California. California is sectioned into regions. Each region has delegates that speak on behalf of that region on a state basis, on a statewide basis. So delegate assembly after the last election was looking for nominations for people to serve a 2-year term. So I had the opportunity to be nominated, and unfortunately it was at a time where you have to be nominated by a board. We had already finished our board meeting, but there was a different board meeting, so a different group nominated me. But I wanted to let you guys know that I'm nominated for delegate assembly. Oh yeah, thank you. But there's still an election, but I did put in my application, so I want to let you guys know that was happening. Maybe you can vote for me when that comes. We'll see. I just think it's really, really important to have voices heard on the statewide level, and I think it's important that our area is represented, and so it's a 2-year term. So I said, okay, I would like to do that. I wanted to thank our staff for doing our staff development day on the day January 6th. I know that we offered classified folks some opportunities to get some great training, so thank you for that. I'm really proud. I'm proud of our programming. I'm proud of what we do for our parents. I'm proud of what we do for our families in Fullerton. And hearing all of what you guys had to say, I don't have to reiterate any of that. I just want to say that providing these services to our families and to our students and going over and beyond isn't something that every district does. And it's not something that goes unnoticed. And we know up here how hard it is to do this, because this is outside of the realm of just educating children, right? We understand that you have to educate everyone, right? You have to take care of that whole family in order for us to be able to educate children. And we really, truly do acknowledge the time and effort that goes into it. And I'm so very proud of everything that you guys do to provide those services to our families. So thank you. And it's ongoing, right? It just keeps going. Our student advisory committee, I think, is just awesome. I'm disappointed that I missed that. Student voice is very important, right? We sit up here, we make all these great decisions, and we think, and unless we hear from our community, and that community includes our kids, right? We want to give them student choice or student voice. We want to be able to hear what they have to say. And maybe we'll do things, and maybe it's off base, but we'll get there, right? And I think that was it for my report for this evening, because everybody else has said everything else. And so welcome back to 2025. And I believe the end of our reports. Now we'll move on to our associations. So DLAC, do we have a DLAC report this evening? All right.
Good evening, President Berryman, school board members, executive cabinet, Superintendent Dr. Pletka, and all families are present and listening. Happy New Year to everyone. We hope that you and your families are safe during this time of need with the devastation of the fires. DLAC looks forward to working with the Ed Services team and invites you to our next meeting on February 21 at 9 a.m. at Commonwealth Elementary. Thank you, Fullerton School District, for your continued support in meeting all our students' needs. Thank you.
PTA.
Good evening, Dr. Pletka, President Berryman, and members of the board. My name is Joanne Cho. I continue to have the pleasure of serving as the president of the Fullerton Council of PTAs. Let me first begin by saying we in the PTA are incredibly saddened by the recent events in our neighboring alley communities, and our hearts go out to all those and continue to be or will be affected by the fires and the destruction they have caused. Currently on our California State PTA website, capta.org, there are tips for helping children cope with the recent wildfires. Fullerton Council is exploring opportunities to offer our support, and we'll keep you informed should definite plans materialize. While PTA units at our various schools were sadly come to the conclusion that our much anticipated holiday break is over, many units have hit the ground running. We are planning activities for our late winter and spring seasons. We at Fullerton Council are looking at organizing a financial workshop for our units to discuss the importance of budgets. How funny. Go over the budget process and review how to complete some of the required financial forms. This will likely be held the last week of January. Further information will be sent to our units, and hopefully all of them will be so excited to come hang out with me and talk about budgets. All of our high school PTA units are gearing up for big open house events that are held this month. We are ready to welcome prospective parents that come from FSD, and answer the questions, help them navigate what's the best fit school. We have a lot of great schools that can fit for them. So just look for us out there with big PTA signs, that'll be us. Help them make that right decision for that student. Our unit membership campaigns continue to be at each of our school sites. As of today, we have a total of 4,205 members across all of our schools. It's still not too late to join your local unit. And of course, I say multiple units too for you board members. And I encourage all of our parents to join as well. Our PTA Arts Reflection Program continues, and the 4th District Reflections Gallery will be held on February 1st at 12 to 3 p.m. in Orange County Department of Education at Costa Mesa. We're hopeful that some of our talented students will make it to the next level and maybe make it even to California State. I think we did that last year. We haven't heard anything yet, but once we do, we'll keep you guys informed. And as a reminder, our council meetings are held at the Fulton Joint Union High School Boardroom on the 4th Tuesday of each month at 9:30 a.m. You guys are all invited. Our next meeting will be coming up January 21st, 2025. Feel free to reach out to us at any time at fullertoncouncilpta.info@gmail.com. We're always happy to hear from you. On behalf of the Fulton Council PTA, let me all wish you a very happy, safe, and successful 2025. Thank you.
Thank you. CSEA?
Good evening and Happy New Year. President Berryman, Board of Trustees, Dr. Pletka, Cabinet and Community. I am Vicki Vasquez, CSCA Treasurer. We want to thank our School Board of Trustees for your service and commitment to the Fullerton School District. Scholarship applications and Employee of the Year nominations are underway. We are planning our year-end celebration for CSCA members, where we recognize our classified employees of the year and years of service, milestones, and retirees. It will be held on March 28th. We want to recognize our state-level OCDE Employee of the Year nominees and our own Sandra Siebert for being a Parenting OC Top Hero finalist. We continue to work with administration in our PAL meetings, building positive and productive connections while fostering open communication. And as always, we thank you for your continued support of our classified staff and members.
Can you repeat that March date again?
March 28th, it's a Friday.
28th.
Yeah.
Oh, FIDA. Get so wrapped up with doing this, I forget what to do.
Good evening, President Berryman, board members, Dr. Pletka, Cabinet, FETA members, and guests. Happy New Year. And I know they all left, but I still want to say congratulations to all our FSD dream catchers. FETA moved and approved purchasing one of Penelope's books for each site.
Oh.
So Penelope signed them all. So that will be given to sites for Read Across America. So that was very cool. She dropped them off tonight, so it was fun. Our January 6th PD received many positive comments from staff who attended. Strategies are already being implemented in our classrooms. I look forward to joining the Richmond teachers as they work with the Teaching Inside Out program. Thank you to Dr. Pletka, Dr. Hammett, and Dr. Brown for listening to the needs of our FETA members. We appreciate your support with working with our students and their behavioral and SEL needs. As mentioned by Ruthie and Vanessa, the DLAC meeting supporting families with immigration concerns on January 8th was extremely informational. We look forward to having information shared with our members. Thank you to our DLAC president, board members Ruthie Hanchett, Vanessa Estrella, Bev Berryman, Dr. Brown, and Educational Services for bringing this information to our parents and to our school sites. FETA is looking forward to continuing our connections with school sites and members across the district. It is great to bring teachers, sites, school board members, and the district together to continue improving best practices and shared strategies for the success of our students. Lastly, FETA is interested in supporting our heroes who are on the front line protecting the communities in LA, as well as supporting families who have been affected by the fires. We know that Pam Keller's son has been working on the fires, on the fire line, on and off, and Kristen Montoya's son is working the Eaton fires right now, so prayers and hugs out to them and their families. Please reach out to us if you know of anyone who needs support. CTA offers support to members through the CTA Disaster Relief Fund. If you need more information to help friends or family who are affected and who are CTA members, please let us know. And you guys received the flyer from one of our reps, Melissa Zuka from Commonwealth. She's already on top of it. It sounds like Rolling Hills and Fern Drive have already been doing things. So Again, reach out if we can support in some way at FETA. Thank you.
Thank you. Vesma? Gift of time. Oh, I thank you. I'm sure others are going to thank you for that. All right. Do we have any public comments?
We do not have any public comments tonight.
So I'll bypass reading that public comment stuff. All right. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the December 16th meeting?
I read the minutes and I would make the motion to approve them.
A second.
Okay, there's been a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, great. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda for this evening?
President Berryman, for the agenda, would this be appropriate time to request pulling item Z off the consent agenda? Or is
What we can do is we can approve the agenda as it is, but when we come to that, then we'll pull it and talk about it. Because you didn't want to vote for it separately, you just wanted to discuss it, correct?
I would like a separate vote.
Oh, okay. Then, yes. So right now, what we can do is approve the agenda, pulling item Z, and voting on that separately. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay. Any discussion? Anybody else? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now we're going to go to presentations. We have Paul. Where's Paul? Mr. D. Paul, how do you pronounce your last name?
Like dinosaur. Dinus.
Dinus.
Like dinosaur, I would say.
Dinus. Thank you. Mr. Dinus. It's all
Feels so
yours.
formal. Good evening, President Berryman, Board, Dr. Pletka, Lideres Ejecutivos, and my Fullerton family. I got inspired by our DLAC president, and she said executive, and it's a tricky word, but it's not as fun as ejecutivos, which I learned at the last board meeting. Forgive me. My name is Paul Dinus. I'm the director in the Classified HR office, and tonight I'm here representing the Merit System, which is an independent commission, overseen by an independent commission with 3 commissioners that are charged with administering the merit system here at Fullerton School District. So the merit system is designed to hire and retain employees based upon a fair, transparent, and competitive process, and it's to ensure equal pay for like work. We have 3 commissioners, each serving a 3-year term. It expires in alternating years. Each is appointed by 3 separate bodies, one by you, the board, one appointed by CSCA, and one jointly appointed by the 2 of them. So your board commissioner, who also serves as our chairperson, is Tommy Remeninski. Tommy is a retired classified employee and retired classified manager, long time at Newport Mesa Unified School District. The CSCA appointee is Sarah Kellman. She is recently passed the bar and is an attorney and is also a professor at Cal State Fullerton teaching legal writing. And our joint appointee is Dr. Alexis Norman, who is a longtime educator and assistant sup of HR at Whittier City School District. So just by that short bio, you can see that we have amazing resumes on our commission. They each bring a unique perspective, but there is a sole focus of the merit system and how to implement that fairly for the mission and vision that it represents, as well as the benefit of our classified employees. I also want to thank them for all of their dedication and diligent effort in not only their commitment to that, but also in collaborating with all of the different stakeholders at Fullerton with a solution mindset for everything that we're trying to do, not only for our employees, but ultimately for the students. So tonight you have our annual report outlining the work of our office and the amazing team in the classified HR and personnel offices for the previous fiscal year. You can see that we are constantly working to keep over 800 classified positions filled, as well as over 100 different job classifications, keeping those up to date, and current, as well as competitive, as is allowable within the confines of our budget, as well as our internal classification and alignment, and the demands that our ever-changing market puts upon us. You'll also note that many of the employees of the Fullerton School District have made this place their career home. And that's evidenced by the number of employees that are reaching significant career milestones, 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, 30, 35. I'd like to share one story of somebody who's not in this report because he'll be reaching his 40 year in the next report. But last week, Kenny Jeffrey reached his 40-year milestone in the district. Kenny is not even old enough to retire, but he's maxed out his PERS, believe it or not. A man, if you know him, very dedicated to his craft. If there's an event that requires catering or food, he's the guy that's driving up in the truck, pushing the cart. Very fit, very active, head down, does his job. But if you get to know him, he's always got a witty comment or something funny to say. I've really appreciated getting to know Kenny in my time here. So knowing that his date was coming up and knowing that he rides his bike up and down past the district office to and from work every day, we thought we'd surprise him. So I think we had about 50 people out there with signs, balloons, air horns. Mari contacted the police department. The fire department happened to drive by, so there was a lot of excitement. He didn't know what was going on. And in pure Kenny style, he just rode by, waved and smiled. It didn't even stop. He was on a mission.
Thank God the police actually pulled him over so that he...
Yeah, totally. So we had a chance to connect him with Dr. Bob on the phone thereafter, so he knew that it was for him and that he was appreciated, and he did. But just a testament to what Fullerton is, what we've all created, what you've allowed us to create, and so we look forward to continuing that work for you. Thank you.
Thank you. One clarification, you have a report that you were referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something we have?
There's a report attached to the agenda.
Oh, on the agenda. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yes,
If
I
you
thought
have
there
any
was something
questions
else.
about it, I'm
Okay.
happy to
No,
answer
we're
that
good.
as well.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. We commend you on all the work that you do, and your commissioners are also community members, right? So in order to be on that commission, you have to be in the community as well. So thank them for their diligence, and I'm real proud of the fact of the experience level that we have there. And I want to give you a shout out because not every district that has a merit system works so, how do I want to say? I don't want to say kumbaya, but cooperatively, right? I mean, I think it's something that you have really instilled in everyone, and with Chad and Dr. Pletka being able to come together and work as a team for the best for our staff, and working together as opposed to against each other is amazing, and it doesn't happen everywhere. So thank you very much for that. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. All right. We are now at our next presentation, I believe. Oh, look at this. It's an audit. Dr. Copeland.
It is an audit, and I'm going to have Damien come up.
Damien.
He's going to present the audit report from 23-24.
So you made it to the fun part of the board meeting. Good evening and a Happy New Year, President Berryman, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Pletka, Cabinet members and guests. My name is Damien Ibarra, Director of Business and Fiscal Services, and our auditors were not able to make it to tonight's meeting, so I'm gonna explain a little bit of the audit process and let you guys know what the components are of the audit. So the purpose of the audit is to provide an opinion on the financial statements. So these are the unaudited actuals that we bring to board in September. They also provide an opinion on federal compliance and state compliance, and this is because we receive funding from both the state and the feds. There are 4 types of opinions. So the one that we received on all 3 areas is the unqualified or clean opinion. So this one, it's the one that we want to receive, and it relates to pretty much the accounting that we use, and internal controls, and it has to do with accounting principles that we use. So if you look at the second paragraph of the audit, page 1, it's going to read that the financial statements present fairly in all material aspects as it relates to GAAP. So that sentence right at the beginning of the audit tells you that it's a clean audit. The other 3 types of opinions are the qualified, in which there's a slight deviation in accounting principles. So this one is going to read except for, let's say, inventory, and after that it's going to say that everything else is fine. Adverse opinion is when there's just a lot of issues with the accounting principles, and at this point this is something that the districts don't want to get. They don't want to receive an adverse opinion. And the last one is a disclaimer in which the auditors say, you know what, we don't have enough information to form an opinion, so we're not going to do it. So this is when they throw in the towel and they just can't do it, pretty much. So the audit process, briefly, it's a calendar year process. It's interesting. We work a fiscal year, but it's a calendar year process. And I just want to give a shout out and kudos to all the departments in the school district. Everybody is involved in the audit, and I mean everybody. You ask every single manager, every department, there's something that they're always helping with. It's not just accounting, it's not just payroll or purchasing, it's everyone, and it's all the schools as well. So the audit process for the fiscal year starts in the calendar year, so in January. So that's when the auditors come in and start testing CalPADs, what we submitted to CalPADs. After that, in February, they come and they visit the school sites. So the school sites, they visit them on rotation. So every 2 or 3 years, a school site will be visited for attendance audit and associated student body audit. So the reason that they come and they audit attendance, it has to do with our funding. So LCFF funding, which is the attendance-driven funding, makes about 72% of the total general fund revenues. So it's a very important aspect of the audit. So they audit it from the source, and then when they come and they visit the district office later in the year, they audit the period 1, period 2, and final attendance audit that we submit to the state. So they start at the source, making sure that we're using the correct processes and procedures at the school sites. There were no findings at any of the school sites this year, so everything went well at the school sites. And then after that, around April or May, they come and they visit the school district, and they're testing internal controls, they're testing compliance, the state and federal compliance aspects of it, they test. So the state puts out an audit guide to test state compliance, and the feds have their own audit guide, and they use that audit guide to audit the programs. At this point, we haven't finished the year, so they can't audit the financial statements here. They're gonna wait till we finish the year. Then after the board approves the unaudited actuals in September, they come and visit late September, early October, and this is when they audit the financial statements. After that, in December, this is when the audit, on December 15th, the audit has to be submitted to the California Department of Education, the Orange County Department of Education, and the State Controller's Office. So this is pretty much annual. Then in December, we start all over again early January. So this is an endless cycle of the audit. So what are the components of the audit? So our board members received an actual tangible audit. And I believe you also received the electronic copy. We're going to be posting the electronic copy tomorrow morning in the district website. So the very first thing in the audit, page 1, is the opinion on the financial statements. That's a 3-page letter from the auditor. And again, all you need to do is look at the second paragraph, and that's what's going to let you know what the opinion is. In our case, we have a clean opinion on the financial statements. After that, there's a management discussion and analysis, and that's followed by district-wide financial statements. So this looks at the financial statements of the district as a whole, And then after that, we're looking at fund financial statements. So we're looking at the general fund, we're looking at child development, nutrition services by funds separately. After that, there's notes to the financial statements. So these are requirements. They're looking at assets, cash inventory, accounts receivable, liabilities, accounts payable, compensated absences, any aspect of what would be kind of like a balance sheet. They have notes on that, and that's a bulk of the audit as well. After that, there's required supplementary information that they have, and under supplementary information, they have the average daily attendance, instructional time, financial trends and analysis, and a schedule of expenditures of federal awards. So the way that they test federal awards is most school districts, their largest federal awards are nutrition services, Title I, and special ed. And these are audited on rotation every 3 years. So we kind of know when they come, what program they're gonna audit. So there's a schedule that gets submitted to the feds as well on December 15. It has to be submitted to the federal government. And then towards the end, there's an opinion on compliance of these federal programs, and there's an opinion on compliance of state programs. So on both, again, we had a clean audit, clean opinion on both. We did have a couple of findings. They're related to our expanded learning opportunity program. The first one had to do with the staff shortage and capacity that we had. We had restrictions in capacity. So we had a number of students that were placed on a waiting list, and we were not able to serve them based on these restrictions that we had. And then the second finding had to do with the pupil to staff ratio. So when the auditor came in, at a couple of schools, we were out of compliance in staffing ratio. But once we let them know that actually they didn't take into account the supervisor, once they added the supervisor to the ratio, that put us back in compliance. So that second finding was not an issue. That was already taken care of. So this is pretty much what makes up an audit. I don't know if you have any questions for me.
Thank you so much. Do we have questions from any of our board members? No? Stimulating reading. I do have to say that when you read through this, there's a lot of great information. I mean, if you're looking for, the number of something, you can find it in the audit. So I think that it's a lot of pages and it's a lot of stuff, but there's really some great information here. So we appreciate all of your hard work. We have been, sent a description of what the findings were and understand that. So we know that you guys are working on it and that the incidents have been rectified. So
we are working with the Orange County Department of Education and California Department of Education to get it cleared.
Perfect.
So we're working on that.
Okay, all right, thank you. I do believe we have to accept it. Do we need to vote on accepting it? Or do we just accept it? Or are we just taking it in?
I think we just accept it.
Okay.
There's no vote needed for it. We accept it.
We have it now.
Thank you.
Again, I just want to acknowledge Damien and his leadership, navigating some of the challenges. I mean, the after-school program has been new, and there's the ongoing some changes. I appreciate his work on that. And just a big shout out to, he came in and he had big shoes to fill. Melissa was a former director, and he's come in and not only has done a great job with the finances, but he's a great leader. And in fact, when we were interviewing him, like half his department all came up to me and like, Damien's our man. So not only
run, but you can't hide.
Great work on the fiscals, but also well loved as a leader. So thanks, Damien.
Thank you. And I didn't see any ASB non-compliance in there. That's that's always some ASB in there. Okay, so thank you. All right, now Sung, we're ready for our California school dashboard presentation. Sung and crew.
Yeah, this is a team presentation.
This is a crew. Can you guys K-pop for us?
I think we did that, before. So good evening, Board President Berryman, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Pletka, and Executive Cabinet. Tonight's presentation is on the California School Dashboard and how the data informs our practices and action plans for the success of our students. When the dashboard came out in early December, we did send out a couple of board communiques providing just kind of preliminary results, and with that was a promise of a comprehensive report, and so this is tonight's that comprehensive report. Anna, do we have the clicker? Oh, thank you. In tonight's presentation, we'll provide an overview of the California School Dashboard and how FSD performed on state indicators of the dashboard. And throughout the presentation, we'll highlight the various programs and supports related to the indicators, along with supports targeting specific student groups: foster youth, students experiencing homelessness, and students with disabilities. We did include a packet for you that has a copy of the presentation, as well as some additional resources for you to review as well. The California School Dashboard provides parents and educators with meaningful information on school and district progress so they can participate in decisions to improve student learning. It not only reports overall data, but also reports at the student group level to ensure all students are supported and receive the services that they need. Here are the 6 local indicators that you see to the left, as well as the 5 state indicators reported on the dashboard. The local indicators were presented when the LCAP was taken for board approval back during the summer. We'll do that again this upcoming summer as well, but this presentation really focuses on FSD's progress on our state indicators. For elementary and K-8 districts, the dashboard reports on 5 different state indicators. There's ELA, math, suspension rate, chronic absenteeism, and English learner progress. And a performance level of 1 to 5 is determined for each state indicator reported on the dashboard. So the way that the performance levels for these state indicators are determined is by looking at each indicator's status that you see on the left, which is kind of represents the rows, as well as the change, which represents the columns. Status is based on the most recent data that we have, while change is based on growth from one year to the next year. So therefore, it's not only important to see good results from the previous year, but it's also important that we maintain or improve those results year after year. There's a couple of items that are new to the dashboard. Although we have been testing 5th and 8th grade students on the science test for many years, this will be the first year that science scores are reported on the dashboard. And because this is the first year of science being on the dashboard, the data reported on the dashboard is what they call just for informational purposes only. Secondly, long-term English learners are also now reported as a student group. For dashboard reporting purposes, students who are classified as English learners for 7 or more years would be included as a part of that LTEL student group. So here are our district's performance levels for each of the state indicators. Our district is at level 4 in English language arts, English learner progress, as well as suspension rate, and level 3 in math and chronic absenteeism. And in the next slides, what we'll do is we'll go over each indicator in a little bit more detail and then share how we as a district are responding to each of the different indicators in terms of their data. So we'll start with the suspension rate indicator. As we look at the indicator, there's a couple of things that you want to keep in mind. One is that the suspension rate is based on the percentage of students that are suspended, not on how many suspensions there are total for the district. And secondly, the lower the percentage, the better it is for us as a district. So for FSD, our suspension rate last year was at 1.3%, which is 0.2 of a percentage point higher than the previous year, and that puts us at level 4. California is also at level 4 with 3.2% of students statewide who were suspended at least one time during the school year. And this puts FSD suspension rate at about 1/3 of California's rate. So this graph here shows a 3-year timeline of FSD suspension rate compared to the state. You can see that our suspension rate has stayed pretty much the same since 2022, while California's rate has increased 0.1%. So in addition to overall data for each indicator, the dashboard also reports student group level data if that group comprises of 30 or more students. So here are the performance levels by student group along with California's performance level for comparative purposes. 6 of our student groups are at levels 4 or 5, with 2 student groups at level 3 and 4 student groups at levels 1 or 2. And then in your packet, you'll see more details in terms of the actual numbers, the status, as well as the change for each of our student groups as well. Yes, as you flip through the additional pages of that one packet, you'll see it there.
Yeah, that was one of my main questions, was to better understand our suspension rates, what they look like in FSD. And could you, I know it's here, but quickly, do you know the answer to just how many students are suspended every year from our schools?
Sure. Let me pull that up here real quick. 1 second. Just overall, right? So if it's 1%, we have about 11,000 students. So that would be, what about, I think it's 1.3, so probably, I'm sorry? 110.
110 kids, but some of them might be repeated.
Yeah, so within the 110 students, there may be a handful of students that have more than one suspension.
So it's 110.
Roughly, approximately.
Okay.
Okay. Next is the chronic absenteeism indicator. The state calculates the percentage of students who are absent more than 10% of the total days that they've been enrolled. And you can see that FSD is at level 3 with 10.6% of students chronically absent. So this is a decrease. Remember, for chronic absenteeism as well, a decrease is good news, of 2.7 percentage points from the previous year. The state is also at level 3 with 18.6% of students chronically absent statewide. So FSD's chronic absenteeism rate is 8 percentage points lower than the state, and it does rank in the top 20% of all California districts. There's roughly about 930 districts total in the state, and so for us to be ranked in the top 20% is pretty impressive. For the last 3 years, both FSD as well as the state have been trending in the right direction. FSD's chronic absenteeism rate dropped almost 2 percentage points from 2021-22 school year, while the state dropped 11.4 percentage points. And what we did is we looked at a 3-year timeline, because before that was really during the COVID times. And so the COVID data kind of seems to skew the data quite a bit, and so we decided to report out from the past 3 years.
President Berryman, may I ask a question? So this stat can be a little bit misleading, right? In that if my child misses a day for a funeral, we can make it up for ADA purposes, and so the funding remains the same, right? The absence counts as nothing, but that absence for a funeral will still count toward chronic absenteeism. So as good as these numbers are, they can still look a little bit higher than it really probably should be.
Oh yeah, for sure. If we included students that have made up their absences through, let's say, Saturday school, these numbers would be significantly lower. Yeah, and that is one of the things that we would love to see changed, because that's the whole purpose of really providing Saturday school, is not only really to receive the funds, but for students to continue their learning. So there should be credit for that. There is in terms of funding, but not in terms of chronic absenteeism data.
And the 2021-22 numbers are even higher than they had been in the past, right?
Yes.
So pre-COVID, so to speak, we were 9% or something really low, and then
I'm just curious. Do you see any absences spike during certain times of the year?
Ooh, yes, there is. I'm not the expert in the absences piece in terms of what months you would typically see the spikes. Typically, I would assume it's usually right around the winter time, just because of illnesses and so forth.
Yeah, December was a bit rough this last month. In some cases, it can drop to 3% in December. There's a couple other things, other times you want to comment, Rob, in addition to the December month.
Sometimes between Thanksgiving and Christmas time, we'll have some families that'll go away. We can see that sometimes right before spring break and different times, right before the holidays, the week of Thanksgiving, or even the week before Thanksgiving, we'll see that.
Now, do we have any resources or can you tell us about the resources? Because I know we have independent study Saturday school, but can you tell us for parents who know if their children are going to miss, whether it's if it's an excused absence because they're going somewhere, or maybe their child, I know I've had issues where parents say my child was hospitalized for XYZ reason, and it's still considered, it's still a part of this chronic absenteeism. Right. Yeah. So what resources do we offer our families so that their children don't miss school, or they aren't counted as being absent?
Yeah, really the only pathway to that is really through independent study, and that's a huge component of us being able to recover some of the absences, because through independent study that does help with chronic absenteeism data. So that is the main way that we can help with that rate. So this slide over here represents the student group data for our chronic absenteeism. FSD has 4 student groups with a performance level of 4 or 5. 5 student groups at level 3, and 3 student groups in level 2. And so now Dr. Hilly Morris will share some more details about our chronic absenteeism data and the efforts being made to decrease the number of students that are chronically absent.
Thank you. So, one of the questions we always have is, what is chronic absenteeism? So, as was shared earlier in the presentation, it's defined as missing 10% or more of a school year. So that's 18 days in our school year, which is 180 days for our students. I would like to address some of the interventions that FSD uses to address chronic absenteeism based on our Power School attendance data of students who need interventions. So first and foremost, we want to create a culture where students love coming to school. A study from the Baltimore Education Research Consortium showed that chronically absent students with a mentor gained an average of 9 attendance school days per year. So relationships and a positive school culture can have a great impact on our student attendance. Also, incentives. Since the pandemic, FSD, like all districts, has faced challenges with providing incentives for students to come to school, because when students are sick, we do want them to stay home. Nevertheless, our schools have a variety of attendance incentives to motivate healthy students to come to school. For example, Valencia Park School has monthly character trait assemblies, and at these assemblies, they also recognize perfect attendance. Every month, the class with the highest attendance gets a pizza party, and each student with perfect attendance is recognized by name and earns a popsicle. We also have parent education and communication, which is key. For example, every time a student is absent at a school such as Woodcrest or Maple, a letter is sent home to parents to let them know that their student was really missed at school and how they can sign up for SOAR. And Trustee Cho, as you pointed out, yes, SOAR does recover for ADA, not chronic absenteeism. Nevertheless, we do hope that that will change over time, and it's a step in the right direction too, to getting kids to come to school and make up that absence. And SOAR does make a huge difference in our attendance. Again, while it doesn't recover for chronic absenteeism, it does recover for ADA. Our team worked in collaboration with Dr. Coughlin and our amazing business services team to implement district-wide mega SOAR sessions, which started for the first time during the 2022-23 school year. The results were absolutely incredible. And then, for example, during this most recent school year, we finished the 2023-24 school year, the following 5 schools recovered over 500 absences with their SOAR. Beechwood had 551 recovered, Whistler 596, Maple 524, Pacific Drive 579, and Rolling Hills 581. 3 of our schools made it into the 600 club, Acacia at 646 recoveries, Orangethorpe at 673 recoveries, and Sunset Lane at 626 recoveries. And finally, Valencia Park made it into the 700 club with 761 recoveries. So all of our schools did well, and we recovered 9,401 absences in total. Kind of moving on to the next point, but not the next slide, is, sorry. So many things to say, is the road to SARB. So we use our truancy tracker system that helps to simplify our SARB process, and SARB stands for School Attendance Review Board. So that's really working with those tier 3 chronically absent students. And that's not our goal, to send our students to our school attendance review board. So we look to intervene, before students get to that point by talking with our families, meeting with them, using prevention efforts, and using SART, School Attendance Review Team. So SART is the site level, SARB is at the district level, so School Attendance Review Team contracts. And I'm going to talk about an exciting an initiative in the slide after next about our attendance roadmap, which we fully implemented this year, so that's super exciting. So we can go to the next slide now. I think it's been said tonight with our trustees about the importance of our community partnerships and how we come together as a community. So we also have a variety of partnerships that help to support attendance. So for example, to highlight a few, the Boys and Girls Club of Garden Grove has a truancy intervention program, and they support the whole county, so that's why it's Garden Grove, but it's they actually come into our school sites and do so many things. They serve on our SARB panel, they have parenting classes, they do parent empowerment series, mentoring for students. The Fullerton Police Department and Family Court representatives serve on our SARB panel. We also are an OC GRIP district, and GRIP stands for Gain Reduction and Intervention Program. And the philosophy of that program is that truancy is the first crime that 76% of those who are incarcerated ever commit. And then we work with our district attorney's office to offer in-house parent education about truancy. We do refer some of our cases to the district attorney, and we hold 2 district attorney meetings a year in December and at the beginning of May. And now the part that I'm most excited to share about is our comprehensive plan to address chronic absenteeism. So this is our attendance roadmap plan, and so we're really excited to share with you about this change initiative that we trained, planned, and prepared for during the 2023-24 school year, and we launched into full implementation during the current 2024-25 school year. So the purpose of this initiative is to better support the needs of our chronically absent students who are missing 10% or more of the school year. So our attendance roadmap change initiative, it really paves the way for providing systematic attendance interventions to our chronically absent students in 5 easy steps. So the first step on that little infographic you're looking at is step 1, which is the kickoff. So we trained our administrators in best practices for attendance interventions using research-based strategies from attendanceworks.org. And then we moved on to site attendance teams. So improving attendance is not a solo sport. So each school site developed an attendance team. The teams can consist of a variety of people, such as the principal, assistant principal, attendance clerk, social services assistant, counselor, mental health staff, community partners, and so on. I won't go into every person, but the team has different functions, and they do things like meet, monitor attendance trends, examine the causes of chronic absenteeism, ensure that chronically absent students receive support, and then they have access to PowerSchool, our chronic absenteeism data, truancy tracker, our dashboard, and weekly attendance reports that are sent out from our IIS tech department. And then each of our site attendance teams, number 3, also did a team assessment survey using a research-based tool by AttendanceWorks, where they looked at their areas of strength and areas of need at their sites. And that allowed them to gather input in the areas of accurate data collection and utilization, functioning attendance teams, engaging school climate, the culture of attendance, family engagement, district policy, policy dissemination, staff capacity, improvement plan, and community partners. And so they're able to use this tool as both a starting point and to monitor their progress over time. Number 4 is tiered attendance interventions. So each school site has a variety of attendance interventions and resources. And so we became more systematic by planning which interventions are universal for all students. So that's our tier 1. And which are for students who are on the cusp of becoming chronically absent, so tier 2, and which interventions are targeted at students who are already chronically absent, so that's that tier 3. And school sites were supported with intervention resources, collaboration time, and the ability to tailor interventions to meet the unique needs of each school site based on their attendance data. And then finally, step 5 is an attendance activities calendar. So once school sites determined what interventions, they calendared them out for the school year, and those activities are taking place now during the current 2024-25 school year. I know that sounds, so we can go to the next slide, and I know that sounds like a lot, but there's really three key features of our attendance roadmap plan. So it's the team survey, teams really assessing their strengths and areas of need. It's the pyramid of attendance interventions, so having those systematic interventions identified for attendance, and finally calendaring the attendance activities. So scheduling those activities and knowing when we're going to do what. And later, Rosanna Fonseca will share a little bit more about how we are supporting and helping our students experiencing homelessness and who are identified as foster youth. But next, we're back with Sung, turning our attention to our English Learner Progress Indicator.
Can I ask a question? So for the roadmap, each site looks at this and they would then plug in their students into this, right?
Yes.
So then they're looking at, okay, taking my students, monitoring who we need, and then taking their students through this road.
Correct,
right?
based on their individual needs.
Right.
So sort of thinking like how we provide academic interventions with the RTI model, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, doing that for attendance.
For our students, right? Perfect.
Thank you.
A procedural question, because we have so much to cover. Do you want us to stop at each kind of main section and ask the questions, or do we want to wait till the very end?
What would you guys prefer?
I'm game for whatever works best for you.
You know what? Let's go. Good point. Let's go through the whole thing, and then we'll come back. If
Okay.
that makes
I mean,
sense.
I'm fine to dig in, or I just was like, do you want to let me go now, or do you want to
No.
let me to wait? I can wait.
Okay, so we'll move on to the English Learner Progress. So our English Language Proficiency Assessment for California, what we call the LPAC, is a metric that we use for this indicator. And the way that it's measured is really looking at the percentage of students that are making adequate progress towards English language proficiency. And that would be determined by whether they met the highest level on the LPAC or whether they're making progress in terms of improvement from one year to the next year. So 49.7%, or basically 50% of our English learners in FSD made that adequate progress, putting FSD at level 4. That's an increase of 4.4 percentage points from the previous year. Statewide, 48.7% of English learners made progress. Since this is actually for the state a decline of 3 percentage points, that's why you're seeing that level 2, because it's not only the status, but it's also the change, and so they dropped in that score. So FSD's English learners made significant growth in English language proficiency, ranking them in the top 20% of all California districts. Looking at our long-term English learners, 58% of our LTELs made progress in English proficiency, which is an increase of 6.5 percentage points from the previous year, that putting us at level 4, while California is at level 2. This graph shows the 3-year trend for both FSD and the state. For FSD, our EL progress in 2022, you'll see that little dip there in 2022. And that's primarily due to the high number of students that we reclassified based on us tweaking that reclassification criteria. And so after that year, you can see that we've kind of settled back up and are making good gains. And now Dr. Erlinda Soto Ruiz will share about the efforts being made to support our English learners.
Good evening. In this slide, we are looking at understanding the LPAC and proficiency levels. The English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, in other words, the LPAC, is a test that helps students, helps schools check how well students are learning English. It helps teachers and schools make sure students get help they need to do well in school. To use the LPAC the right way, we are teaching our teachers about the test, for what it is and how it works and how to actually administer it to our students, even though we have our testing center that comes and does part of the exam with them, but teachers need to understand how to help their students understand what test they are actually taking to improve. We are piloting this training at Pacific Drive and then branching out to all the other schools. This training is important because teachers can use what they learn from the test to help students do their best on this exam. The training helps teachers give students the support that they need to succeed, and teachers will feel ready and confident to use the LPAC to help their students. Understanding English learner proficiency levels in relation to the LPAC levels empowers teachers to give every student the help they need to succeed. It really tailors down to how they are going to be asking students questions, which we'll see what we are doing this year as well, and also giving them the opportunity to know what answers to expect back from the students in cases when it's the verbal test. So teachers who understand these levels can make a lasting impact on their students' academic and personal growth. So this year, we started our ELD boot camp intervention earlier in the school year to focus on preparing those students that were a level 3 on the LPAC in hopes to assist with reclassification. And as you can see, the numbers went up, so it is working for our gains on our dashboard. The support for our 4th through 8th grade English learners, which we serviced about, we invited about 358 students to this boot camp. 6-week ELD intervention was held at each school site for 1 hour after school, and we monitored their progress as well. One of the key factors of the program was using the LPAC interim assessments in order for students to practice the actual test. So they had preparation and they saw the types of questions that were being asked on there. We are also planning a second round of ELD bootcamp to focus on SBAC preparation. So with our supports, we are going to see some recurring supports that we have because we know they have worked in the past. So best practices are not a one and done in 1 year. They take time, and we've been working on these over time. So our English learners have a designated ELD time, which is 30 minutes a day, which all schools focus on for our English learners that will cover the ELD standards. And with our newcomers, we have various different supports throughout the day for them as well. Teachers and site administrators have access to 2 online platforms, Elevation, which we adopted a couple of years ago, and the Multilingual Learning Toolkit. Elevation provides professional development modules and ready-to-use strategies with downloadable resources for teachers to use. The Multilingual Learning Toolkit is an online hub for research-based key principles, instructional strategies that are easy to use for teachers to use in their classrooms during their lessons. During my ELD walkthroughs this year, I am focusing on the questioning of our English learners based on the differentiation by their language proficiency level and linking them to the different levels of rigor for each level as well. By focusing on this approach during ELD walkthroughs, you are not only supporting the teachers in refining their instructional practices, but also ensuring that our English learners receive targeted, high-quality instruction that they need to thrive academically and linguistically. So after my walkthroughs, I meet with the principal and ensure that they have a chart that I have put together to allow them to know the different types of questions that each of their English learners' proficiency level should be asking during class time by teachers. So I have a copy of that, and I'll share it with you in a board communique. So in addition, we are going to continue with our added math vocabulary session that we are including in our EL Jumpstart. That is our intervention program that for our English learners that occurs during the summertime. And then now we are back to Seth.
We're home in the home stretch here with our final indicator. So the metric used to measure progress on academic indicators is the distance from standard, or what we call DFS. And I think you've heard that before, DFS. So DFS is the distance between a student's score and the score that they need to reach proficiency. And so in this example that you see here, the students with a DFS below standard are the ones who have not reached proficiency. The students with a DFS above standard are the ones who have exceeded that score needed for proficiency. And so the DFS score that you see on all the dashboard reports just represents the average of all the students that are collected for that particular test. So for science, FSD's DFS is 7.4 points below standard, which is an increase of 0.4 of a point from the previous year. FSD Science DFS is 6.1 points higher than the state. And as I shared before, since this is the first time being reported, you don't see that performance level like that you do for the other indicators. In ELA, FSD is at level 4 with a DFS score of 18.8 points above standard. And that just means that on average, students are scoring nearly 19 points above that proficiency cut score. And FSD's DFS increased from the previous year by 2.5 DFS points. And here is the 3-year trend for English language arts. The trend for both FSD and the state are about the same, with FSD consistently about 30 points higher than the state. And these are the performance levels for each of our student groups. FSD has 5 student groups in level 4 or 5, with 3 students in level 3 and 4 student groups in levels 1 or 2. In math, FSD is at level 3, while California is at level 2. Although we are 1.7 points below standard, that's still almost a little less than 46 points higher than the states. And we do rank in the top 18% of all California districts statewide. Similar to ELA, FSD's math DFS is consistently higher than the state. Over the past 3 years, FSD's math DFS has grown 7 points, while the state has grown approximately 4.1 points. And in math, FSD has 4 student groups with a performance level of 4 or 5, 5 student groups in level 3, and 3 student groups in either level 1 or 2. And this last slide, what we did is we analyzed how FSD compared to other districts with similar demographics, specifically English learners as well as low income. So the top table that you see there shows how FSD, we as a district, compared with other California districts that had similar percentage of English learners enrolled in their district. And you can see that FSD ranked in the top 8% in ELA, top 9% in math, so even better than comparing just looking at all California districts. The bottom table shows how FSD compares to other districts with similar low income enrollments. And you can see that FSD ranked in the top 12% in ELA and top 8% in math. And this data really truly shows just the hard work and the efforts of all of our teachers, our students, and all staff. It's really impressive to see these types of numbers. And especially when we compare our district with really just similar districts, you can see just how well we're doing. And with that, Emily McDougall, Director of Educational Services, will share about our ELA math programs which contribute to this data.
I'll just jump in there real quick. The state also sent me a copy of the data as well. And one of the kind of, we had been looking at the percentile, and we had hired West Ed to look at us compared to other districts. And the state and West Ed matched up, not a big surprise. West Ed is a major research company. And just to say that in addition to being what Sung said in terms of top in ELA and math, but one of the interesting things is in 5 years, our percentile, or so if you think, we have 1,000 districts in California, 1,000. So in essence, if you're ranked in the top 8% or in top 20% for all districts, that means we're in the top 200 districts throughout the state. In the last 5 years, our ranking has actually gone up somewhere between 4 and 8% in the last 5 years. So we've seen nice steady growth. And here's one last irony. I do love this. It's kind of an interesting piece. So if you look at our percent proficient and distance from standard, in math, we actually score lower than in math. So math scores lower than ELA. However, our percentile rank compared to other districts, we're actually higher ranked in math than we are in ELA. So we're, I think, as Sung said, top 17% for the entire district in mathematics.
Hello. So I'd just like to take a moment and share some updates regarding our efforts to support literacy. Right now, meeting the needs of our youngest learners, I wanted to highlight the progress that we've made with our iReady diagnostic. So our first grade classes have field tested administering the iReady diagnostic this year. We had a small group of teachers who were part of this field test. We've received some very positive feedback from the teachers. And kindergarten classes are scheduled to begin using the iReady diagnostic this February, and we're eager to see how it supports their learning journeys as well. This will be a tool that will be helpful in gaining deeper insights into their progress as well as their trajectory for meeting their growth goals. In preparation for the 2025-2026 school year, when the state mandates the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener, or the RDRS, be administered for all students, we are working collaboratively with a team that includes classroom teachers, ELA RTI coaches, and the instructional leads to start evaluating the state-approved screeners to create a comprehensive plan that will train teachers and to support a rollout of the screening process for FSD. We are working with this information on a timeline that has been determined by the state. Just be assured that we are proactively working to meet these requirements, and we have an effective and efficient roadmap that we will be sharing with the board later this year. We know that there is substantial research and evidence to support that literacy is the cornerstone for a student's future success in academics, civic engagement, and the workforce. Approaching this responsibility as educators with great seriousness, we have actionable priorities in regards to ELA instruction in place. We are incredibly proud to have Kim Stewart as a district trainer certified through the Institute for Multisensory Education, or Orton Gillingham approach, to train our teachers in the curriculum designed to support foundational literacy. She has trained 43 teachers just this year in the 30-hour training of the multisensory model of phonics instruction that benefits all but is critical for some learners, specifically those who exhibit a reading difficulty. Our team of ELA instructional leads, so Kirsten Hubbard and Amy Chung, along with our ELA TOSA, Cindy Lee, have been providing professional development opportunities and ongoing support uniquely tailored to the needs of the culture of FSD, being FSD educators themselves. We work closely to support teachers in all settings of PDs, from in-class demonstration, instruction, and planning within PLCs, with the focus of developing literacy skills across the curriculum for our students. An emphasis on this year's priorities has been using Notice and Note with nonfiction, specifically including our junior high and content areas. We've strengthened our educators' capacities for effective literacy instruction through signature strategies, including Hegarty for phonological awareness, Notice and Note, interactive read aloud, as well as our workshop approaches. Here are the key areas of the updated California math framework, which can be seen like driving directions for reaching the destination set by the Common Core state standards guiding how math should be taught. These changes include, first, big ideas, which emphasize connecting math concepts rather than teaching them in isolation, helping students see how different ideas are related. Second, mathematical investigations that encourage active thinking through open-ended tasks and data science, making math more hands-on and engaging. Lastly, equity and access, which focuses on providing culturally relevant instruction and real-world connections, ensuring all students can see the value of math in their lives. These updates are guiding the math professional development that we create for our teachers. Our professional development for TK through 6 math and RTI math is focused on CGI, or cognitively guided instruction strategies, including math routines and word problems, with an emphasis on 3-read protocol, which also supports our English language learners. As shown in the top left image, students are sharing their strategies, which not only allows them to express their thinking, but also values their approaches by learning from each other. In the top right, students are using manipulatives with their math RTI coach to tackle word problems. For junior high math, we are integrating inquiry-based learning tasks like clothesline math, as seen in the bottom left, where teachers are learning the approach in our PDs, and in the bottom right, where they are implementing it in their classrooms to engage students. Additionally, we are teaching debate math, engaging students in real-world problems, and promoting students' discourse to strengthen critical thinking and problem-solving skills. And moving on to supports for foster youth and students experiencing homelessness, we have Rosanna Fonseca, Director of SEL and Family Supports.
So a crucial segment of our student population are our foster youth and our homeless student group. These student groups play a significant role in our efforts to address chronic absenteeism. Throughout the year, we've been monitoring students who fall into these 2 student groups. To be included in these groups, it's important to note that a student must have been identified in either of these categories at any point during the academic year and enrolled in our district for more than 31 days. During the 23-24 school year, our data included 91 students identified as foster youth and 164 students experiencing homelessness as defined by the McKinney-Vento Act. In total, we're looking at 255 students who face unique challenges that may impact their attendance and overall academic performance. I'm pleased to report that our concerted efforts have yielded positive results. We've seen a significant decline in chronic absenteeism rates. Foster youth chronic absenteeism rates decreased by 7.2%, and McKinney-Vento students who were identified as chronically absent rates declined by 5.6%. These improvements demonstrate the effectiveness of our targeted interventions in supporting these students. Our close monitoring of our foster youth and students experiencing homelessness has allowed us to tailor our support systems to their unique needs. In the 23-24 academic year, we implemented a comprehensive strategy to ensure that these vulnerable students succeeded despite their challenging circumstances. Through our commitment and tailored supports, we addressed their immediate needs and built a foundation for long-term success. Our approach included mentorship programs, social emotional learning supports, early intervention protocols, and basic needs assistance. Social services assistants played a pivotal role in implementing, addressing attendance barriers, meeting their basic needs, and providing ongoing support. This resulted in a significant reduction in chronic absenteeism for our foster youth and students experiencing homelessness. Moving forward, we look to expand mentorship opportunities, improve data collection, and strengthen community partnerships. Our unwavering commitment and tailored supports lay the groundwork for long-term success. Our journey continues driven by the belief that every child deserves a chance to thrive regardless of circumstances. In our ongoing commitment to educational equity, we've been closely monitoring the academic progress of our most vulnerable student populations. Today, we're diving a little bit deeper into the California dashboard indicators with a special focus on our foster youth and our families and students experiencing homelessness. Our foster youth have shown incredible resilience and determination this year. Their academic performance has not just improved, but it has soared. This student group grew an impressive 23 points in English language arts and an outstanding 31.4 points in math. These figures aren't just numbers, they represent real students overcoming real challenges. While we celebrate the success of our foster youth, we must also address the challenges faced by our students experiencing homelessness. Our students experiencing homelessness, our homeless student subgroup declined by 15.1 points in English language arts and decreased by 17.7 points in math. One significant area of improvement we see for our students experiencing homelessness is that we reduce their chronic absenteeism. Yet, with a 38.4 rate of chronic absenteeism, many of our students who are chronically absent are not at school to receive the incredible interventions that we have for them. Our goal is clear: to get students to school consistently, where they can receive the services and supports they need to thrive academically and personally. So we've identified key areas of growth among our foster youth and our students experiencing homelessness: academic achievement in English language arts and math for our homeless student group, and suspension rates for foster youth. In our dedication to student success, we are continuously adapting and implementing strategies to meet the unique needs of our diverse student populations. We are actively directing resources to where they are most needed, developing customized programs, and collaborating with consultants such as Orangewood to enhance our support systems. Our comprehensive approach includes key initiatives such as partnering with the OC Social Service Agency, implementing restorative practices, and continuing to address chronic absenteeism. I am not Julie Brandon. However, I will be sharing the portion of the presentation for Dr. Julie Brandon. She and her entire team is currently at Every Student Counts conference learning about the latest legal, curricular, and educational trends in special education. In FSD, our special education program is dedicated to ensuring every student has access to the resources and supports they need to succeed academically, socially, and emotionally. We implement individualized educational plans, IEP goals, accommodations, and modifications to provide equitable access to the core curriculum while addressing mental health and behavioral health needs. Students are educated in the least restrictive environment to promote inclusion and engagement. Site teams support this mission through special education PLCs, behavior tripod meetings, and targeted efforts to address significant disproportionality, while regular site visits ensure appropriate placements and supports for students. To support educators, we provide comprehensive training in areas critical to student success. This includes legally defensible IEP development, evidence-based curricular programs like Sunday, Touch Math, and WonderWorks, and behavioral strategies such as NCI and Second Step. Teachers receive additional guidance from TOSAs, program specialists, and coordinators, ensuring consistent implementation of best practices. Together, these initiatives foster a collaborative and inclusive environment that prioritizes equity, student learning, and well-being. When assessing students, our school psychologists play a pivotal role in distinguishing language acquisition from learning disabilities through detailed assessments that identify patterns, strengths, and weaknesses, utilizing tools like the CLIM, or the Cultural Language Interpreter Matrix. To ensure accuracy and consistency, they participate in ongoing assessment training, weekly meetings with the district, and monthly case study discussions with the special education leadership team. These collaborative efforts enhance their ability to support students and ensure that evaluations are equitable and effective. To further engage parents, we prioritize transparent communication and partnerships. IEP meetings are held to discuss students' achievements and progress. And a series of parent training classes is planned for the 24-25 school year to provide families with tools and strategies to support their children's education. Additionally, our student support services team delivers presentations to school sites, engaging with ELACs, PTAs, and school site councils to ensure parents are informed and empowered. These initiatives foster a strong partnership between families, schools, and the district support teams. Congratulations on the academic growth of our students with IEPs. This achievement is a testament to the dedication, creativity, and unwavering support of our incredible teachers and support providers. We want to thank all of them for making a difference every day.
Okay, so now that you have seen the progress from fall 2023 up until now, what are our next steps in Fullerton School District? So we have about 4 next steps, but that is not all extensive. Number 1 is to expand our collaborative inquiry cycles. Last year, around this same time, we began our work on collaborative inquiry cycles and breakthrough team, which the board graciously approved. This year, I'll talk about in a minute, all schools will be engaging in collaborative inquiry cycles, which showed huge gains in our scores, specifically in 5th grade English and 3rd grade math. The collaborative inquiry cycles will be organized at all grade levels. Schools will set clear SMART goals that are time-bound for specifically 8 to 10 weeks and will be targeted around specific priority standards that will be progress monitored bi-weekly. We will also provide review sessions for teachers and principals to assess progress and iterate on strategies. They will meet with a district team every week as well to go over that progress, look at what classroom walkthroughs look like, as well as feedback to teachers and students. The second thing we are working on to improve our data is enhance our English learner supports. As Dr. Sotero Ruiz mentioned, the ELD boot camp has proven very effective. We are reclassifying students at amazing, significant rates, and we are increasing, with the support of ELOP and ACES, our after-school programs, our interventions, making sure that our after-school staff are meeting with our teachers and getting the professional development they need, so there's continuity in learning, not just during the school day, but also after the school day. And we are, in addition to that, we're supporting our ELD students who are on the cusp of proficiency. So we have been very strategic with outlining and detailing what students fit into various profiles, so our principals and our teachers know what students need to reclassify before they move to the high school. We will continue to drive our interventions on pre and post testing data and progress monitor as needed. The third thing is to improve our professional development. We have a lot of professional development that we do after school and some during the school day. And we know that is very limited based on sub-availability, and it's very important to make sure that our teachers are in front of our students. So our goal is within this next year and next school year to make sure and ensure that every single teacher in Fullerton receives 24 hours of professional development. That is the goal. Bless you. Our job is to train all K through K2 teachers in Orton Gillingham by the end of this school year, and we are very well on our way, thanks to Emily and her team. And that is a part of our focus on structured literacy. In addition, we want to continue to expand our math professional development strategies with our math workshop model that we do here in Fullerton, such as CGI math, real world problem solving, productive struggle, and student discourse. The last thing is to revamp and continue to improve upon our RTI program, which targets our students in the most vulnerable student groups, specifically our homeless students, specifically our EL students, and our foster youth. We want to be able to address these concerns in ELA and math, and we are launching this next cycle with a parent meeting for all RTI students so that parents understand the purpose of RTI, why their students have been invited, and in addition to how often they are tested and why it's important for them to be in school to receive RTI. Next slide. So last thing, just to close it, the collaborative inquiry cycle, which we are getting ready to launch February 3rd. Will include 20 schools. It will be 7 weeks. Our focus as a district is 5th grade ELA and 3rd grade math, and for junior high, 7th grade ELA and math. There is some autonomy for schools that say, hey, you know what, we don't have enough to make a team in these grade levels, or our 5th and 3rd grade scores are great. Can we do another grade level? Absolutely. And we've had schools that want to include more grade levels. So there is that autonomy in the focus area. There will be teams of 4 to 6 members per cycle that will include the principal, maybe a program specialist if they have it, teacher, RTI specialist, and each team will be matched with a respective lead or coach from the district office, from Ed Services, and they will focus, as I mentioned, on SMART goals. Their SMART goals will be developed around their iReady D2 data that they just received. So that way they are aware of what students need to focus on, and it's time bound and measured, and they're not teaching new material, but they're re-teaching, actually re-engaging. So teams will meet weekly to review their data, talk about strategies, learn from the successes and failures, and then quickly fail forward to achieve the results that they're trying to achieve. They will meet with myself, and then check in with Dr. Pletka as well, so that way he has a measurement of progress on how they're doing over the course of the 7 weeks. Principals and teams will complete a collaborative inquiry cycle, what we call CIC learning walk tool, and data tracker. So every school will have a data tracker that tracks their progress over the course of the next 7 to 8 weeks. And that is how we are attempting to improve our student achievement as a whole with a plan, do, review model. That is all for our presentation. I do want to thank our amazing team and George, who is not here, for supporting and helping Sung with the data. He does an amazing job. And if you have any questions, comments, we will take them now.
Thank you. That's a lot of information.
Yes.
Okay. So now at this time, we'll entertain questions from our board. I don't know how we want to do this. If we want to start, who wants to go first and ask them questions? Should I put a time limit on Ruthie's questions?
I don't have to be first, you guys.
You might as well, because
Okay, where to start? Thank you. I mean, this is the hard work of our kids, of our teachers, of our staff, of our leaders, and we are overall proud of our district and the work that we're doing and the progress of our kids. So thank you very much. As a parent, thank you for taking care of my babies and teaching them. Grateful. But you know, our job is to say, how do we do better? How can we improve? How can we understand what's going on? How can we keep going? So that's the spirit I'm coming from, is to say thank you first, and how do we, let's do some more, right? Let's do this, let's keep going. I loved seeing, I'm gonna go to attendance. I love seeing the tools, the actual tools that we're using, because I think that gave me a lot of insight. What was it, Attendance Works?
The roadmap? Oh.
The Attendance Works. Looking at some of I clicked on those links and looked at some of the questions, and you know, thinking about who, especially the subgroups that were having challenges with attendance, and things like, do we understand the factors that contribute to absences? Do we have qualitative information and perspectives of students and families? Does our school team reflect the demographics of our school community and the perspectives of students? Those are really critical questions. And when looking at especially the chronic absenteeism, some of it is around students, African American students experiencing homelessness, poverty. I wondered, are they represented in our adult teams? You know, and are those students even being included in the conversations as we talk about absenteeism? So I know that's something we're working on, but I wonder if you have any more you can add to the depth of those conversations of kind of getting at the why.
So you're asking why certain groups are chronically absent? Is that the question?
Well, I mean, maybe that's not the place right now, but do you feel like those questions are being answered in the process that our schools are going through to better understand on that?
Yes, because schools are doing a root cause analysis, and we're working with our social services assistants because you want to eliminate the barrier. So what is it that's, attendance is expected every day. So what is it that's standing in the way of the student, the family coming to school, on time? And it could be a range of things. It could be something as like transportation. It could be student refusal behaviors because maybe the student has anxiety or a variety of other issues. So, yeah, absolutely. It's always about the person and providing interventions at that level.
One of the things that struck me...
Just really quick, if I understand correctly, because we had, for those of you who don't know, us at the school board member, we're able to talk to the administrators before they gave their presentation, and they show us all the sheets. But one of the questions that I asked earlier behind the scenes was, and maybe I should have just asked it here, is I heard our SSAs are actually taking the lead on making sure that they're doing now home visits and they're making phone calls.
Yes, our social services assistants, our SSAs, and in addition to that, we also have 2 community liaisons. The community liaisons do, I would say, some of our more like tier 2, tier 3 home visits, and then and sometimes even the principal will do a home visit as well, or assistant principal, depending on the situation. Because it's always a home visit is an opportunity, right? You open that door and it's so nice when you see a friendly face and somebody that you know. And at the same time too, we want to make sure staff are equipped and trained and that they know process to follow and how to make that seem like a welcoming environment and an opportunity to work with the family and create a conversation rather than create feelings of fear or uncertainty.
Absolutely. One of the questions I had is I looked at those partners at the community level. It looks like besides the Boys and Girls Club, that all of them 4 out of 5 are law enforcement based. And I know for a lot of our families and a lot of our communities that may have had historical trauma or different kind of negative interactions, that on first kind of reading it makes me wonder if there are additional partners in the community that we should be seeking out that may not be law enforcement based, that may be better options and connections for our family. So I'm wondering if we've explored other partnerships that might be another way of addressing kind of a more trauma-informed approach to addressing some of the absenteeism that we're seeing and experiencing.
Thank you. I do apologize because that was meant to show you the tier 3 interventions that we're doing at the SARB level, which is our most intensive intervention. I think our board has seen and you're seeing more that we use a variety of partners. We've launched the hub, which Rosanna has done an amazing, incredible job with. We work with Pathways of Hope, OC United, all kinds of different groups do interventions and start with our students. We brought to the board, the Orangewood Foundation, Martha Trujillo, we found out through the Vanguard, No More Do Better conference last year. So we brought in a variety of different resources, and we do use a variety of resources. So I do apologize if that came across as misleading, because those are really that top tier at SARB, what you can expect.
Okay. So
yeah,
you would say that our partners are a lot more than
by
that.
any means.
Okay,
No.
that
It's
makes
just
me
a
feel better.
sampling of those top tier interventions.
Okay,
yeah.
thanks.
Do you want
No,
to?
I just wanted to bring up the SSAs and how they're now being involved because I know that it's important for, like Ruthie said, it's important that we know why our children are not coming to school, and if it's transportation. And thank you for clarifying the hub, because if it's maybe they don't have clean clothes to wear, and we are able to provide those resources for them. I know we were talking about other ways of finding out why we have a high absenteeism rate, and I think what we're doing with the SSAs and our schools and being able to communicate with them and being able to do one-on-one visits is fantastic.
I do want to acknowledge that chronic absenteeism as a whole, that's, our rates look fantastic. And with our McKinney, Vento, and foster youth specifically, their needs are very unique. And it's food, shelter, many times it's food, shelter. There's a lot of, insecurities regarding various matters. And that is really, while we have all these organizations, ultimately our SSAs, our school sites, our community liaisons, they are having those intimate conversations. And I think that's a big part. I mean, I can't even, daily there are stories of student who is struggling with anxiety because they have the same clothes and they can't wash them. So those are the types of interventions that are happening that are more qualitative. It's like, can I get 10 outfits, or we need to, so there's a lot of, I feel like the work that we do with these with our this unique population it's intimate. It's not so broad, and it's maybe not so attractive. You know what I mean?
Or it doesn't show up in the numbers.
It doesn't show up in the numbers, but
because it's one student at a time.
It's one student at a time, one circumstance at a time. We have circumstances. I mean, daily. I can't tell you how many times we get a phone call and people like go. There's like 5 or 6 people. There's a home visit that needs to happen, and so we do a lot of work. And so even the chronic absenteeism has gone down. A lot. Like, those are great numbers, but part of it is that intimate one-on-one work that happens at the school site level, thanks to our SSAs, our community liaisons, and all the work that's happening.
And it's the relationships that they're building, right? It's the trust that they're bringing in, and you as a family, if I trust who's coming, knocking at my door and providing me resources, then I'm going to open up to it, and I'm going to try my best to, again, I'm worried about getting food. Do you go to school? I think, those are real life problems that our families are having. So.
And just to kind of add, I think it has changed a bit in the last few years. So there's some quantitative and then some qualitative data around that. So it used to be our low income and our homeless achievement rates were almost exactly the same. And if our low income went up, so did the subgroup homeless as well. Both those things were connected. Since the pandemic, if you had like I guess a graph, you would see they actually went in different directions. And McKinney-Vento can define homeless as like living with another family. But what we've seen now is we now have truly homeless families, and I think we've had that for a while, but the numbers have increased. I mean, just as anecdotal, at our last meeting there at Pack Drive just a few days ago, a father went up to me, he said, I have no place to live here in the next few days, so I will be homeless. And so that sort of like, I'm not just moved in with another family, which has its own challenges, but I have no place to sleep. My children have no place to sleep. So I do feel like the SSAs that's one step, but those wraparound services and that need is, we're moving in the right direction, but we're not addressing all the needs related to those experiencing homelessness.
And those are intractable problems that are really all of our responsibility as a society to care for our people, right?
Which is just the brief comment that I'd like to make. Thank you so much for, bringing this light onto these students. We should judge ourselves in many different ways, but ideally we should judge ourselves with how we're treating this population first. And so the important work that you all are doing, it's so meaningful. It's so hard, I imagine, too, to see what some of our students are going through. But what is school at a young age if not what's supposed to be a fun place, a safe place, a place you want to go? And the fact that these students are finding, it difficult or impossible to be at school, to be in this safe place, it's heartbreaking. So I'm just so grateful for everything that you're doing to help identify and then also to bring them back into the fold. So thank you.
Also, Rosanna, thank you so much for talking about the intimate one-on-one interactions. Like, just for context, the end goal for foster youth is reunification with their families, right? So to qualify to be measured quantitatively by these stats, at any point were you in the foster care system, but if your family is now in Vegas, right, then all the work that your team has done is invested in that youth that's now being served by some school in Nevada, right? And then another foster youth pops up that has completely different circumstances. So there's a temptation to look at the quantitative stats and going, what can we do to boost these numbers, when each number in that stat is very, very different and can change year to year. And same thing with homelessness. If housing security is beyond the Fullerton School District, off they go, right? They'll move in with an uncle or an aunt somewhere, and then now all the unique challenges that you had invested your time and effort into goes with that student, and then you might have another student experiencing homelessness with a completely different set of issues. So it's a vicious problem. I don't envy your office, and so I appreciate the time that you've taken to explain how the qualitative, like the less mathy part of your effort. So thank you very much.
Less mathy. I love that. Song, you like that one? What are you? Okay.
I want to ask about the new science standard and the testing. I know it was more of an information only, but we're doing better than the state, but not proficient yet. Is that going to be a focus going forward of our district to try to achieve that?
So science has always been a focus of our district. Our students have been taking CAST since about 2014. It just wasn't measured on the dashboard. But it is a data point that we do study. We spend quite a bit of time. We have a TOSA dedicated to science, and we have cohorts of elementary and junior high teachers that attend our science training. So it is definitely a focus because it is another way to improve and introduce literacy throughout the day. So right now it's a point on the dashboard, but it is not a measured point on the dashboard, if that makes sense. So it is a point to say, hey, let's take notice on how our students are doing. And students are tested in 5th grade, 8th grade, and 11th grade for science on the CAST. But it is, like I said, it's another entry point for literacy strategies, because it doesn't necessarily mean that on the SBAC they'll see a ELA only passage or performance task. They might see a social studies performance task topic or a science performance task topic, or all three combined. So we do need to make sure that is a crucial focus, continues to be a focus for us in FSD as a part of our professional development.
Okay, my last thing, I've been wondering about how we as a district might look at specifically suspension rates and learning more about that. I realize that there are reasons why kids are suspended. Sometimes it's about the safety and the well-being of other students in the school. Sometimes the state compels us to suspend children because it is required because of the behavior that they've exhibited in the classroom. So it's not to say we want 0, but I'll just say I'm particularly bothered and concerned about the fact that African American students are level 1, the worst, and below the state average. Same with our foster care youth, and these are kids who experience discrimination. I mean, we all know. And so I'm wondering, I want to know more, why these kids who may be experiencing trauma and other forms of discrimination systematically may also be the ones that are most suspended in our schools. And I know there are lots of reasons, but it's something I want to pursue, and I want to ask the questions of how do we focus on this, especially this next year. I know that it's one of the goals listed is to look at foster care and suspension rates for children who are involved with the foster care system, but I'm wondering why African American students are not on that list as well.
Absolutely. So I know the one good thing that we can say, and I can let Rosanna and Helene speak to this, but the one thing I will say is that through the restorative practices of the state and the state eliminating willful defiance as a reason for a suspension, which was a huge number of why we had such disproportionate suspension rates throughout California, has been eliminated. A lot of times the reason for suspensions are primarily due to such egregious behaviors that it puts other students in danger or staff in danger, right? I think it's weighed very carefully with Chad and his team when they actually do a suspension. It is not taken lightly because we know how that impacts instruction, and oftentimes it's better to have, all the time, it's better to have the student in person than at home. I know there are a lot of behaviors that we have taken notice to make sure we deal with and categorize those behaviors. And yes, you see they are happening with specific student groups. And that is not primarily just because those students are falling into specific levels, but some of these students fall in multiple buckets. Right? And so being able to identify what are those behaviors, how can we address them, which is also the point of the January 6th PD, and being able to get to that early, and identifying and supporting our teachers with knowing what are the antecedents or triggers to some of these behaviors that then become dangerous to other students or themselves or staff, and being able to cut them off at the pass. So oftentimes it's not just that we want to make sure that the students are in school or out of school, but we also want to make sure that that whatever's triggering them also is eliminated as well.
Answer to your question? I think that is definitely, as you bring up, something that looking at, and the suspension rates is, I mean, I think we've done phenomenal. But that is an area in which I think we need to look at and you're doing the right thing, right? PD and really trying to talk to provide those resources to our staff members to take a look at how they're reacting and what these children are really coming from.
And I do want to give credit to our teachers and our principals because they do an amazing job before they even get to suspension at tiering the levels of intervention and meeting with parents before it even gets to that point, right? And so I've been in the office where I've heard principals on the phone with parents and meeting with parents or just trying to get them on the phone or, and miss work. And it's hard, right? But being able to say, okay, let's do this. How can we work with your child? How can we help you at home? How can we support you or make sure that we're being a liaison or, creating that perfect triangle with the teacher, the principal, and the community. So I think there's a lot of steps before we get there, but it's also, like you said, just making sure everyone is educated from the parent to the school community and the child on what are those triggers, how can we cut them off at the pass, being proactive instead of reactive, and it starts with just kind of working as a team and saying, okay, we know this is coming, so how do we head it off? Yeah.
So a lot of times when we look at student group level data, we also want to look at the total number of students.
Yeah.
In that, and you have that in front of you, it's 156 students, 4.5% of our students in that student group were suspended.
For Black students.
Yeah, so roughly about 7 students. So I think we can definitely go in and look at each individual suspension to see what's going on there. But just know that with the smaller sample size, there's a lot of volatility. And that's one kind of...
And a few kids can change the perspective.
Yeah, we're talking about 7 total.
I understand that.
Yeah, so there is that piece to share.
I guess maybe it's to better understand what's going on, some of that deeper dive into the understanding individual cases. We don't have to have confidential information, but if it's about this is a case where because of the behavior automatically state law requires us to suspend, or versus, hey, we did all these interventions, it's still, I think to me as a leader in this district, I want to feel comfortable knowing, better understanding that perspective.
And it goes back to what Rosanna said, knowing those qualitative stories. How did we get here?
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anybody have questions? Are you done? Do you have more?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. Again, thank you guys so much for this, the presentation. All of the hard work, the numbers are impressive. I think we're going in the right direction. What are we doing? How can we get better? I do believe that our district is always looking at how can we get better, right? We're not going to rest on our laurels. We're not going to say we're doing, we don't need to do any better. We're always looking at how we can improve for our students, knowing that giving our students what we can to make them successful so that they can move on is what you guys are, what our staff is looking for. So I thank you for this information. I'm sure if anyone has an aha moment and has further questions, we know where to get you guys, right? Yeah. So, okay, with that said.
We want to become the best at getting better. That's our goal.
The best I like that. The best at getting better. Thank you.
Trustee Berryman?
I was just going to say, does anyone want just a 5 minute? Is that enough time?
3 minutes.
Okay, 5 minutes. A 5-minute little break. Personal necessity. I still have to take my car. We played musical Cars today. So I have to go take the car that I have back to my daughter tonight. So it's like, okay. Are we ready? Let's start back up. Okay, thank you for our presentations. We are now on to our consent agenda, right? Making sure I'm on the right spot. Yep, consent agenda. So we had pulled item Z for approval separately. So do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with all except for item Z?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Does anyone have any discussion items about any of the items here? Want to talk about anything before we vote?
Consent is just so exciting because it's like the meat and potatoes of everything that we do, and it's always just like, let's not ever talk about it. But yeah, thanks to everything great that's happening there.
The SARC report will be posted in the beginning of February with all the information about each one of our schools, the school accountability report, the report card. So that'll be interesting. Got things on here about literacy. Thanks to our Cal State Fullerton for our early learning programs again. All right. So seeing no other comments about these items, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Item Z is the approval for an increase in fee-based programs for Encore, the lab.
I can give a little background on it. So, whenever we're looking at potential fee increases, you're trying to create a balance. There is incredible value to our school district and to our parents and to our students for providing after-school programs. So it is, first of all, it's additional enrichment opportunities for our kids. And I'm going to say it bluntly, but it's important. Our parents work. We have working parents. And so having them not just have a daycare, like a place to go, like, okay, if someone's going to watch my child. No, it's enrichment. There's some incredible after-school experiences. So it's good for our kids. It's good for our parents. And it solves a problem that is a factor in people making a decision on which district or which school they go to. So I'll just speak for myself. I picked schools based on childcare. Yes, I picked good schools for my children, but a couple of the schools in the area, it was because of the childcare. So there is just a pragmatic piece that we want to keep our parents coming to our after-school program, which is correlated to them staying in our district and in our schools. So how do you have quality, how do you have programs where people want to be into your after-school? Well, they need to be quality, high quality, good people. We have lots of good people here that are doing it, but the cost matters. So, I'm going to guess, Trustee James, that one of the consideration is, this is an extra burden on our families to raise the rate. So just to say it's an important consideration is cost. And at some point, if people leave our programs, that also, first of all, it takes away opportunities for kids. But the second thing is potentially they can leave our district. So just to say, I think it's a fair question, a fair consideration on all of it. So cost is a consideration. Why would we want to increase the costs? Well, we would not be the first people to say that inflation has grown in the last few years, and so we have inflationary costs that go with that. And I think it's also fair to say that the quality of our services and program depends, in some cases, on the money that we either receive from the state or for the program. So we're always trying to balance this idea that we want to keep prices low for our families that pay for lab. We want to have high quality program, and we also want to keep up with inflation. So those are the things to consider. And I want to start with relieving some pressure. This will raise about $52,000. If we go under because of $52,000, then we're in trouble. So it's not like if you were not to vote for this or you were to vote for it, somehow the district or the program would cease to exist. I think why would we then at all try to raise the fees? Well, one is we want the quality high, because the quality does correlate to why people want. So that's a balance. You're trying to balance quality of program, and so cost is associated with that. And I think Jason and his team's done a great job of really, in fact, I think the after-school programs are the highest quality, and I'll give Jason some credit here since he's taken over. It's really a high-quality after-school program. The second piece is, in terms of just some considerations, is that because of inflation, and inflation isn't just staff costs, and it's not just materials, but we do contract out. And the contracting out, supply and demand, by the way, everybody wants contracted services, and so that's escalated the prices of going out and bringing in from vendors, from speech and debate to the chess club and all those sorts of things. So one of the thoughts or the philosophy is, instead of like raising the rate, let's say $50 all at once, that maybe you stagger out with some more incremental increases. So that's just some rationale, things that you need to consider. I'll kind of bring it down to a couple things. You're really weighing the cost and the burden that the increased costs on families, weighing that with the quality of the service that Jason's team can provide. And so if you have less money, it affects quality. It has an impact on that. And then the third piece is, could you not do it for a year? Probably. Probably not do it for a year. But at some point, if you don't do a small increase now, you may have a larger increase at a future time. Just some things to think of. I really, in the end, just weigh what you want. And I promise you we will not go under because of $52,000. So I want to take that off as a reason, and I don't want to press that to say like, oh no, if you don't do this, like these terrible things are going to happen. That's not the case.
All right. Thank you. Comments?
Yes, so if I may ask a few questions from Mr. Jason Chong. So I appreciate your time earlier today when we had a discussion, because I had a lot of questions about this program. It's a personal one to me. I don't know the name of this program back in the 80s and 90s, but if it wasn't for something like this at Sunset Lane and Laguna, my mom, she was a nurse in LA, right? So I wouldn't have been able to go to Fullerton schools. So I'm very grateful for programs like this, and want to make sure that it's continue to be affordable. And I'll note that this is still one of the cheapest programs around, and it's a high quality program. And so just want to give you some context on why I pulled the item, because it's a personal matter to me. Is it true that this program is completely 100% self-funded? In other words, if it costs $100 to run this program, you get that $100 from the fees you collect. You're not exactly pulling in funds from somewhere else, other than state funds, like other Fullerton School District funds.
Yes, we're operating through our own fees that we raise. It comes back to the program. So another context to that is, prior to pandemic, it was a separate program. It was fee-based, and then we had like ACES. And then as pandemic came and we had some funds, we were able to consolidate the program into one comprehensive program. So Encore is our name for conglomerating both ELOP, ACES, and fee-based. So with that, we increased our quality of our ACES program, our lab program, which are fee-based, because there's a lot more restrictions sometimes where you're limited with the fees. So we actually can augment with our fees, not sustain with our fees. So our fee-based program is sustainable by itself fully. No other district funds get pulled in for that. If anything, it actually can help beyond, but then also ELOP enhancing the offering of what the program is.
Yeah, so to clarify for parents, these price increases aren't, the district isn't charging you more money so they can fund other side projects unrelated to the lab, right? So I just want to clarify that, right?
Not at all. If anything,
Right.
actually helped save us 1.2 during pandemic, where the funds were able to help sustain our staff
Right.
within the fee base because
Right.
of the fees that were
Yeah.
still maintained.
Yeah, so the lab is not a slush fund, I just want to clarify that,
No,
right?
no.
But you mentioned ELOP, right? So can
Yes.
you talk to us a little bit more about how you get now state funding to help programs like these?
Yes, with the ELOP program, it allows us to support our unduplicated population. So every school should have a population. So that enhances that. So for example, within our fee-based program, making it comprehensive, we're able to use the ELOP funds to cover more staffing a little bit more here, offer the enrichment beyond, so that whatever enrichment or whatever programs are available at certain schools is now all our schools in the programming. So ELOP helps us expand the offerings within the day. So if it's a 9-hour day expansion, we're able to expand the services even into our fee-based program. So ELOP allows for those monies to be spent for those students, but it also then enhances within the program we have.
Yeah, so integration was key. In other words,
Yes.
prior to integration of these three programs, you were more heavily reliant on the fees you drew down from the fee-based program, whereas now when you integrate the programs, you can actualize some cost savings and, I don't want to say spread the love, but like it makes it a more efficient operation, right? Where you can, equitable, right? With money drawn from ELOP can now benefit the whole.
Yes, and a caveat would be though, because of the expanded type of services,
Right.
like we can't differentiate and say, well,
Right.
we're going to only do expanded services and give it to this population, and
Right.
we're going to give this population within our fee base less. It expands the costs in terms of what it takes to do. So yes, it integrates more, but it also increased the quality, the offering scope, and the breadth and depth is now actually further. So with that comes in all aspects. So it would be services, but with costs, with staffing, with everything.
And I think one of the main reasons why I reached out is when I asked for the 2018-19 numbers, that's just, the first before times year, right? And I looked at the prices then, and for the parents listening, prices did not rise for a long time, right? And so in 2018, a PM program, so after school program, was about $295, and with the proposed increase, it'd be I think $380. It's not insignificant, right? That would represent a little over 25% increase from before COVID to now. And over the course of a year, the proposed increase in just this year alone, the reason I'm concerned is if you have a family of two, you're now paying a couple $100 extra every year. You tack on the AM program, the price goes up. And so my concern was that over the past couple years, we've seen some pretty dramatic increases in the prices of before and after school care to the tune of over 25%. And so that's why I had to ask these questions. But before we vote, I'll just be blunt. Do you think this will still be a high quality program if these fee increases are not approved?
I like to make sure we always uphold ourselves to high quality regardless. So I would say our quality would not drop because of the fee increase or not. We are predicting out, like Dr. Bai, I appreciate you sharing that, because we're trying to also be mindful of not doing more later down the line. Like you mentioned, if it's a now or is it later, who knows? But we do like to forecast, just like our budgets and learning from Damien a lot, just being able to forecast out like 3-year model, for example.
Yeah.
So if you predict and add, you don't know what rainy day, you don't know what could happen. However, if we have the opportunity to, so like if you looked at the increase over the last 4 years, the majority happened upfront.
Yeah.
And so if it was like same every year to now, it would be one difference, I think, which would be really heavy burden on our families, and we wouldn't be reflective of costs along the way.
Yeah.
So I think after the first year, we were allowed to do that because of the adjustment from what happened with pandemic and all the integration. That's why this year's, if you notice, is not, it's
As
actually
drastic.
like 0.1%. It's like a 1% increase.
Yeah, it's 2.6.
This year,
Matthew,
for,
this year.
and actually AM care did not raise
Right.
besides once in 2021.
Yeah.
So then this is the only time we actually added a second for the AM only, and then the PM dramatically dropped to what we're doing and changing the subtle amounts. But it was enough to fit within our plan from 3 years ago, planning forward, saying, okay, if we plan it out, so if it was not again like 10, 10, 10, it was like 10, 10, not, or 10, 9, 2.5-ish
Right.
and so forth. So that's how it kind of played out with our planning, strategic planning.
And because the majority of the work is being done by classified staff, this pay rise or this fee rise isn't necessary to accommodate any potential raises for the classified staff, right? So whatever raise classified staff might get this year, you could still cover, right?
With this increase or
without this increase?
We should be able to.
Right.
Different.
Yeah. So if the classified staff that run this program get a raise this year, they would still be able to get that raise without this fee increase. You believe that this program can still be of high quality without this fee increase. I think in the context of previous years, right, we've raised prices about 25% since the pandemic, most of it front-loaded, so this year is kind of like the tail end of the plan, approximately 2.6% for some of the PM programs. I think I'm going to vote no. And the reason I'm going to vote no is because I would love for us to, when we go to parents, to ask them to pay a little bit more. Again, to reiterate, 100% of the money that we raise through these fees goes directly into that program, right? So it is a balancing act, as Dr. Pleka said. If this was the first year, I think this would be an easier pill to swallow, right? Like, hey, we have to match the rising cost of living to run the program. But after a couple years of fairly aggressive rises, I think I will vote no. And I appreciate the time that you spent walking me through this.
No, I appreciate that. And just to add, like, if you look at local districts, look at local care, they do usually raise incrementally at the same percentage across the board. That's what we didn't want to do. So this aggressive raise was really some one-time window. Again, maybe spurred again more through pandemic, and increasing our services from the number of students we had. I mean, we literally doubled the number of students. So that aggressive move wasn't a haphazard, like we're just doing this because we need it. It was timely to the situation and also planning for maintaining. So yeah, next year we were like, we're going to be fine covering, but project that out 3 years now. Again, ELOP could get cut. Funding from state could change. And that's always not a promise, and I'm pretty sure our business side might attest to that. A lot of times funding isn't always consistent across the years.
Yeah.
That compounds when you start that, say, like ability to plan early.
Right.
And so like local community organizations, even their low incremental raises aren't as large. I mean, they're larger than what we do. So our aggressive increase isn't aggressive if you look across all programs, all types of services in fees. So even with this additional change, it will not aggressively change beyond if they were to look at even the next three available options. We're still going to be way
most
more
affordable programs
yes.
around. Yeah.
And so that's I think I appreciate your thing. Those were great questions. So either way, we're going to make sure we'll do the best we can. But
And my commitment to you is that if costs of living continue to increase beyond where we need another rise to maintain the quality of the program, you have an ally in me because it's personal. So thank you.
No, of course.
Thank you, Jason.
Can I ask, Jason, of the lab and the fee-based programs that we have, are most of those staffed by FSD employees or contracted out? Because I know a lot more of our Encore are contracted out with nonprofit organizations. I'm curious about the way that it's reflected here.
Yeah, I would say over about 75% is handled by our own internal
Okay.
staff. So that's all our classified that are either instructional assistants for the after school specifically, extra time staff within SPED, BIAs, to health assistants, to rec aides, gen aides. They all get to work to support our programs because a lot of them are from their sites and they know and have a relationship with the students. So I would say about 75. And so like we looked at, we're trying to keep growing and adding so that we can provide more services. Contract service come to our hardest biggest need communities. And so you'll see partners at certain schools. So a lot of our ACES schools additionally a partner. And in there, those extra services would increase about 80 more students at some of those schools. So
Jason, can you give maybe an example of, to kind of get at Ruthie's question a little bit, can you give an example?
Microphone.
Can you give an example of a service provided to lab students that is not done by staff?
So our enrichment offering program partners we have like 4 big categories when we do our procurement process. And so we have STEM, art,
And those
sports,
are
maybe.
offered through specifically to the lab students?
Yeah, so in the past, traditionally, it's been our staff creating curriculum to provide for students, which they do an amazing job. Reality, they're not jack of all trades, and they're really good at a lot of things. But when you look at sports, for example, a lot of times the inequity of some students getting higher levels training, we're able to bring those levels down and to support, not down, sorry, across. So we have like soccer specific vendors who are really coaches in the community with soccer only, basketball, or all the arts. It's a great partner who does come in and do arts after school as well as during the day. We have STEM groups that are within STEM specializing with coding, with Lego engineering. These things our staff could try. It would require a lot of extra training to get them across and all the materials. These contract services are a little higher, but they would bring in all the resources and the expertise and the training to that. So we have, pretty much all sites have at least 3 days of extra vendoring of any kind of enrichment from these outside programs. So chess masters, all the arts, Pro Academy, CNJ soccer, Snapology, Playwell. These are all, in addition, not just that leadership training. We have Outcome Elite that does leadership training. We have training for our staff on playground supervision, Playworks, that teaches our staff how to do with play, how to supervise through play, and that's been really popular and supportive of not just our after-school staff, but Playground Soups, because they also work in our program, and we're able to offer that training extensive. So it bleeds out, and those are expanded extra service that kind of goes beyond that and allows for that. And so that's, again, in conjunction with making a comprehensive program with ELA, ACES, and our fee-based, but it all benefits. So that was an example. So back to your original question about our community-based partners, like we have Higher Ground, 2 sites that increase 80 to 60 students each. Boys and Girls Club, 3 sites that at each of those.
But Jason, like the Higher Ground that you mentioned, is that for lab?
No, those are ACES sites.
So can you give a couple of,
yes.
end with an example for specifically for lab?
For increasing their numbers. We have OC Kids Connect, which offers some extra aides that do programming. Alevo, those 2 particularly have ability to increase our numbers because they're able to do staffing as well as enrichment of what they do. So Alevo brings in some sort of sports or wellness lessons, so they can act in ratio and be in our program 5 days and increase our numbers at certain schools. So at least 7 of our lab sites do have Alevo or OC Kids Connect aides who enhance within also what our staff do. So to the original question, most of it runs by our staff, but those would increase our lab schools.
Thank you.
Can I push you a little bit, Jason? If the board held off for 6 months and maybe we brought it back to reconsider in 6 months, would you be able to continue your high quality program and then do maybe an assessment? We do know the governor's budget just came out, and potentially there could be some money coming in for after school, not necessarily for lab, but there's some monies coming. Is that fair, or?
That is completely fair.
Okay, so we could move to have this item postponed or kicked down the line?
Yeah, so maybe the recommendation is
that could be a motion.
We can bring it back in 6 months if you're okay with that.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Okay, any other discussion? I feel like if this is something that you can hold off on, and parents are going to be okay if you do have a price adjustment before the next school year starts, if it's not too much, we're giving them enough notice.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. If we
Right.
bring it back in 6 months, which is July, we want to be cognizant that we bring it in June or May, so that way parents have enough time to be able to plan.
Yeah, and I think the goal would be not necessarily to, based on the recommendation, is not to raise the rates at the start of the year. The idea would be we would just bring it back as a discussion for potentially a future date. I am not in any way and would not recommend that we would somehow raise the rates in September and have the meeting like in June. So my recommendation is we'll bring it back in 6 months, have a discussion. If you are at that point, and there is a need to raise the rates, then it wouldn't go into effect for at least a whole nother semester.
I mean, I would be inclined to make the decision before May. I think if we're waiting, if the point is to wait for the governor's budget to see if there's additional funding that might be available to supplement so that parents aren't left with the burden of the cost, I think that's a reasonable expectation to think about.
June, no.
You think that's in June?
I personally would have, I would have supported that only because I was part of the decision on, okay, this is your plan, and so I look at you having a plan and you're planning for this, so I don't want to throw you off that loop, but if I think consensus is that we hold off on it, we can also do that, especially if it's not going to affect the quality of our programming right away.
Yeah,
maybe it's, you can't have snack, maybe there's something you have to pull back on.
No, we
get free food from this.
Yeah, we wouldn't plan on pulling anything back. We can maintain, I think, for that time. Again, it was planning forward, so once it's completed, we would not plan on any increases for the foreseeable future because we've been able to do that in the past. This, again, pandemic window offered a unique situation, so that's only why it kind of got to this point where it was. So after this one, it would have been locked in pretty much for like how it was in the past for a long time. We were able to make sure we maintained that. So again, it was thought for that process of a 4-year, seeing how it will evaluate, and it worked out very nicely that this time it was, again, like you mentioned, 2% or so forth for the PM first TKers. Other than that, everyone was like 1%, and it was actually good enough. So it is small but significant over long term, but we can definitely maintain quality and not withhold anything for the next few months for sure.
Okay. So it's been moved and seconded that we bring this back in 6 months.
So by saying that, though, you're essentially saying we're not raising the rates for 25, 26.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
I don't know that I have enough information from our parent community to know if it's a major burden or not. We've had these conversations. It seemed to me reasonable rate to meet the community standards and the needs, but
Jason, could you talk more about, because one of my questions was going to be, after this increase, what would you foresee for, like you said, 3 years out? What was it really the intention to not increase fees for another 2-3 years at least?
Yes, right. So right now with the whole comprehensive plan, we don't want to be stuck with what we had prior COVID, and then let's say state funding dwindles percentage-wise, let's say 50, or even if there is an increase sometimes, it also expands the compliance. So it might be, sure, you get a little more money, but now you have to offer it to not just this percentage, you have to offer it to this. And so if we were stuck without planning for that, then I think we would have to then do a much drastic last-minute big increase. But if we were set up now, I don't foresee us having to do that with the comprehensive, and even with rainy day cutting, I think with the enough increments we could maintain and keep our level. If anything, maybe our enrichment changes slightly because it was such a drastic change from whatever funding comes or cuts, but our staff would be maintained well. Our offerings with what safety and whatever it needs to be would be all still maintained without having to worry beyond that.
I have a follow-up, which is, are there waiting lists for all of these programs?
We still do have one, much smaller than ever before. I would say even from last year to now, we try to have cut it down by half or more. So
is that because price increases or because we've accommodated the people that were on the waiting list?
No, it's because we still don't have, we're still looking for more people and working creative ways to expand safely.
But
we don't have the capacity.
But part of the reasons why we have smaller wait lists is because we've been able to hire more people.
And yes.
So thank you, Paul. No.
Actually, that's a better way to say it.
And some of it has to do with kind of the macroeconomics. At this point, people are returning to the workforce, and so we've just seen it easier to open up more offerings because we're hiring more people. Also, it was kind of the wild, wild west when ELOP money came out, and so everybody was fighting for the same services. And so, quite honestly, the services that were being offered by contractors went way up, And so, and what's happened now is the prices have stabilized a little bit better. So you have a combination of there's more services available by contractors and you have more employees. And so we do see we're serving more people.
Yeah, I have not seen a correlation because they could not afford, because we have options to support. So with our comprehensive approach, with ELOP having to cover the most needy families and that have the situation, we have not seen it because well, and we always ask you have a spot, what do you want to do? And if they're like, I can't, or why? And we figure out and find the appropriate means to get them to where they need.
When was the last time this board voted to increase the fees?
It was 2021, so 3 years ago. It was the first increase
It's
for
gone up each year.
10%, and it was 9% last 2 years ago. And then last year was a $10 increase only, not a percentage, which averaged out to about 2.5% or 2.7-ish. Only PMs, by the way. The first year was only where we did AM and PM. And then this one was kind of rounding out a little bit of AM. That's where a little bit of change, and then a little bit of PM as well. To Dr. Bob's point, as the Wild West Dr. Rob's team and Mike and purchasing really helped us with our procurement process bring down. So we're at a good place for projecting forward, what we can do to maintain and keep certain services active, which is quality. We're doing constant review of the policy, of our quality of the programming that the vendors offer, because all vendors are great but not equal. And so we have to always keep up to date with those. And to Dr. Ross' point, with great staff, with our HR, being able to expand services, that's why, again, we went from 800 overall to 1,200 to 1,700 to 2,100 right now. So that's exponential growth in 3 years. So that's our goal to continue to do.
And vendors' costs are going up as well. So
right. And, well, thanks to our great business teams, we're actually able to kind of flex a little more and take the Wild West back. And so we'll be more wild than they are.
I would be open to voting for this increase.
Okay, so there's a motion
Yeah.
to
I might
bring
amend it.
back.
I might amend it.
Okay,
Are
you're
we
gonna
still
amend your
discussing?
motion?
Can I just want to clarify, we're talking about $7 increase, $2 increase,
Yes.
$2 increase, $2 increase, $5, $10.
Yes.
Right.
I had to put 2 pairs of glasses on because I thought it was $200, $700.
A
Well,
month.
I-
A month.
If we
Okay,
can,
what do you want to amend
if we
your-
can you guarantee that it won't go up till 2028? That you won't come back to ask us to?
If you put that stipulation, we'll make sure we make that work.
All right. Well, then I want to substitute the motion that I would vote for item Z.
I'll withdraw the motion to delay 6 months, but my vote is still no. I know it's $2, but this is the latest chapter in what has effectively been 20 to 25% increase, and having gotten assurances that the quality will still be high, I think this is enough. And again, it's not that I'm against all increases, right? You have an ally in me. If the costs of living go up, I will be there right with you to explain to people this is not a slush fund. This goes directly back into the services. But over the course of the past few years, 25% increases, it's not nothing. It's $2 this year, but that translates to what? Like $100, $150 for one kid, and depending if you have two, maybe $200, $250. That's not.
If it's $2, it would be $20 for the year because it's 10 months or less, and so.
Yeah. Yes, you're right. Yeah,
Yeah.
the increase, this one increase, yeah,
Yes, yes.
yeah.
Okay, so we're getting a lot more.
So
James, are you taking back your motion?
the motion to delay, I'll withdraw the motion because it sounds like the rest of the board is ready to vote. But just in the openness, I will still be voting no. And just one last thing, I don't know if this requires a vote, but the deposit right now, the standing policy is that it's non-refundable. But I think you do refund on a case-by-case basis. Would you be amenable to, as a policy matter, making this a refundable deposit to make it easier on parents?
100%. Based on your guidance on that, we can definitely edit that.
Can we? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Would you like me to add that to the motion?
Sure.
Yes.
All right. Well, I move to approve item Z with the stipulation that this board not be asked to increase fees for until at least the 2028 school year. In addition, that deposits are refundable.
Well, so clarification, they're not deposits, they're registration fees. So then if they
Registration
don't
fees.
go through the registration, it could be refundable. But if it's a registration fee that they've processed, it would still stand. It's not gonna get a refund.
Right.
Yeah, so old practices have been, and we looked at where they often had where people would not register, they would register but not enroll fully and pay tuition because, well, whatever reason. So then they made that routing possible. We can, in fact, all our data in the past says not many people ever withdraw. And if they do, we look at the case, and we often do, we'll support them because it makes sense. So taking that verbiage out, I think we can definitely amend and not be an issue.
Okay, all right. So the new motion on the table, you've made
As,
that.
as Jason said.
Okay, got it.
Let it be written that way.
Is there a second?
2028,
Yeah.
take out the non-refundable. All those in favor, say aye.
What was it seconded?
Wait. Oh, sorry.
Wait, can I just
Okay.
ask this question? So if we're saying we're locking in the prices, that's because this is fee-based, and no matter what the state does, if ELAP goes away tomorrow, you can still run this program the way it is with the funds that you have
At this price?
at this
There'll be a
price? 'Cause
slight
that's
dif-
my concern.
Yeah, there'll be a slight difference in like all the abilities. So if like some vendors are beyond our ability.
Yeah.
But
Lego
the-
Works might not come.
Sure, but a maintenance of our numbers of our students and our staff, I think we have for a rainy day planned out enough so that we maintain at least that level of safety and support for students. And academics is always still going to be there, and enrichment will just look a little different possibly. But the level of quality of our staff and the timing and the programming, we can make that. So yeah, if something dramatic happened, they completely removed all of ELAP, that a whole state would be in trouble. But we would maintain at least the numbers we have and try to make sure that the quality of what we offer with our staff will be there. So
And also think of quality as a range of you know, from horrible, terrible to incredible and awesome.
To average.
And so when
It'd
we're
be
talking
average.
about potentially less money affecting the quality, it doesn't mean it's going to go from, and I think it is very good, from very good to horrible, but think of it as a slider. It does slide as money does affect those sorts of things. So.
Okay.
But
Gonna
I
call
mean,
the question.
as I understand it, it's going to be the same quality, like you said, for all of our with all of our classified staff. It might just be the outside partners that we bring. They might not be able to have that extra art class, or they might not be able to have, you know, that little extra that they had on a weekly basis.
and knowing
if
how
that
amazing
was
our
the
team is, we'll
case.
figure out ways to still offer that in our own FSD way.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'm going back to the vote. So it's been moved. I'm waiting for a second.
I will second.
It's been moved and seconded that we make that we approve item Z with the 2 changes. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
No.
Okay, for what? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason.
Okay, moving on. That wasn't, we should have that as a
Jason
discussion.
was on the other side of the table there. Yeah.
All right, discussion item A, 10A. Where are we on our zero emission buses?
I'm gonna have JD. Is this microphone
JD,
working here?
Come on up, JD.
Anybody? All right, JD. I'm gonna have JD come up and talk on this resolution.
All right. Good evening, President Berryman, Board of Trustees, Dr. Pletka, Cabinet. Rob said I have 60 seconds to deliver this. It's very simple. ZESB is a zero-emission school bus infrastructure initiative that what we're doing is we're applying for a grant for electric school buses. Right now, half of our fleet is near zero emissions. We have propane and CNG. This resolution will allow us to continue with the application process for electric school buses. It just keeps us in the running. It doesn't mean we're committed to buying them. It doesn't mean that we have to do it. It just means we need the resolution to continue. We had a letter of intent for the first part of the application, which we got approved, and possibly up to 15 buses can be purchased under this grant. And so the second part of the grant is Part B, and we need a resolution to continue the application process.
Great. All right, do I have a motion to adopt a resolution?
I have some questions. Should we do that first?
Sure.
Okay, first question.
If we receive this grant, which I realize this is just the opportunity to apply for the grant, but if we were to receive it, we then could purchase up to 15 buses and the infrastructure needed to plug them in and charge them. How much would it cost our district to then do that, and where would we get that money?
It's pretty significant cost.
Yeah.
We're looking at some other grants through Southern California Edison, which is part of their Charge Ready program. There's different things that I was talking to Scott about. And so it's hard to say the exact cost or general ballpark. We wouldn't know that until the second part is completed.
So what?
But the buses are pretty expensive.
But what does the grant provide us then, if we receive this grant?
For some types of buses, a complete zero out of pocket. For other types of buses, there's $40,000, $50,000, $90,000 we'd have to spend on each bus, depending on the type of bus.
Okay.
And also, this also covers the chargers for each bus. The infrastructure we'd have to, if we don't get the grant from SCE, we'd have to cover that cost, and we haven't explored that. I've been talking with SCE about all those options, but the grant covers the cost of the buses up to a certain level, and then it doesn't adjust for inflation. So if a bus costs $400,000 and the grant covered $360,000, the companies can still raise their prices. So it could be $480,000 for a bus when this all started. So it all depends on the timing, but the smaller buses or the middle of the road buses, we're trying to get those that would be a minimal outlay cost for each bus to the district.
Okay, so if we get this grant, we may be able to get some buses for free or at a very much reduced cost.
Correct.
And then, is there like a strategy of how we would replace our gasoline or diesel buses over time?
Yes, we have our smaller buses that run on gasoline. This is the first grant. It's a grant for the smaller, for buses 10,001 pounds or more. So this is the first grant that came out for the smaller buses. And a lot of our smaller buses, our shop does a great job in keeping those going. Kudos to them. We have the best shop because some of our buses have 400,000 miles on them, and they are rarely down. So we would replace those and replace the smaller ones with more robust, probably middle of the road, which we call Type C buses, a little more heavy duty. Replace those small vans with those. The higher mileage ones, that's what we would hit first.
Okay. Do we have enough, would we actually have to pull energy out of the grid, or do we have enough solar powers in our district that we would be able to run these buses?
No, we're currently producing maybe 60%, 60 to 70.
Okay. So we would pay energy costs instead of fuel costs?
Correct.
Okay. Is it still pencil out as better, or do we know? Yeah, do we know that yet?
Yeah, it does, because there's also other things we're exploring, vehicle to grid. So charging, using the energy in our buses to charge back to the grid is also an option we're looking at. So it might offset the cost a little bit, but what you purchase for and what they buy for is much less.
Participating in this doesn't preclude us from applying for other grants and trying to grow this opportunity of switching out our vehicles, right?
No.
This is just like we get good at this, maybe we can apply for more and eventually replace the whole fleet?
Correct. No, it doesn't prevent us from, it just depends on what we commit. If we do 3 buses, then those 3 buses would have to be under that grant and follow the rules for that grant.
Okay. All right. Do you have a motion to adopt the resolution?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adopt resolution 242509 for the authorization to participate in the zero emission bus and infrastructure incentive project. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, thank you. Thank you, JD. All right, 5-year developer fee report.
Right. At the December board meeting, we we presented the 5-year developer fee finding report. We didn't receive any comments from the community on that, and so there's no need to go through that report again. It's just the board needs to approve that 5-year plan, which shows that we are spending the money within 5 years after receiving it.
And were there any, and there were no changes from
No,
the December
there
meeting
were no
till today?
changes.
Okay. All right, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Go ahead.
So moved.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion to adopt resolution 24-25-10, approving the 5-year developer fee report, capital facilities fund 25. All those in, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Okay, thank you. No, you're still there.
Still here. I believe this next item is the resolution for the board to establish a citizens bond oversight committee and also approve the bylaws. And so I worked with bond counsel and they prepared this resolution and also the bylaws. And our plan is to, once approved, we will then advertise this on our website. We'll advertise this in the Fullerton Observer. We'll also reach out, and if you know some people, and we can reach out to them to complete these applications. We'll collect them over the next month or so. We will then compile them and then bring them back to the board and make recommendations for the board to appoint. Minimum is 7 members of the Bond Oversight Committee. They serve a 2-year term. Typically what you do is in the very first, when you're establishing it, you stagger the terms. You maybe have 4 people that are a 2-year term, 3 people that are a 1-year term, and they can serve up to 3 consecutive terms. There's no regulation. They don't have to live in Fullerton. However, that could be a determining factor. If we get multiple people, we could look at that and say, we prefer people that live in Fullerton. I don't know why anybody outside of Fullerton would want to do this, but we do. Our broadcast here is worldwide, and we do reach a very broad audience of 3.
In your experience, have you ever had a trouble getting people for an oversight committee like this? It's not the most
It's not really trouble getting people. Sometimes it's trouble keeping them. Because they either move on,
and they meet once a year, or
minimum is once a year, and so I've had that, or they move on to. It can also be an aspirational, people that want to go city council, boards, other offices.
Gives them experience.
Be a little stepping stone.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion?
Quick question.
Yes.
Do the bond oversight committee members, could they change the bylaws themselves, or is that a right that just vests with us or sits with us?
It's a good question. I don't believe they can change it. They can't.
So it'd be with us.
It's pretty limited on what they're just really reviewing the expenditures of the bond funds. They have to meet once a year, and they present at the board meeting. But I'm 99% sure they cannot. But I'll find out, and I can get back to you on that. As it is now, whatever you're approved would be the bylaws.
Okay.
Good question.
Thank you. Sorry, that was all.
Do I have a motion to adopt resolution 24-25-11, resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Fullerton School District establishing a Citizens Oversight Committee and approving the bylaws?
I make a motion.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All right. You're on a roll, Rob.
Okay, we're on, yes. The last item here is a resolution which authorizes us to be reimbursed future bond funds that come in. We talked about this before, that the first series of bonds for $49 million, one point we thought we were going to issue and sell those bonds in the fall. We worked with our financial advisor. We can actually do it sooner and not overlap with the previous bond. There's a way to do it, which is good news, which means probably in the springtime, April, May, we could actually have these proceeds, which would be, put less pressure on having to borrow from our existing funds. There's only so much work we can do in the next 3 or 4 months. But what this resolution does, and we set it up in the original bond work, paperwork, that we could borrow. Makes it official that we can use existing general fund, developer fee funds, other district funds now, and be reimbursed when the bond proceeds become available. So it's a borrowing mechanism.
And it doesn't put us in jeopardy of...
Doesn't put us in any jeopardy, doesn't hurt the sale of the bonds, doesn't hurt any of the credit ratings. We've worked with bond counsel, we've worked with a financial advisor on putting this together.
I'm just curious, what is that number that you think we have currently that we could kind of start using and then be reimbursed for? Is it the developer fees of the 1.9 million that we talked about last time, or?
You know, in Fund 40, there's probably about $4 million. There might be a couple million in Fund 25. Nutrition Services has maybe 4 or 5 million that we could utilize. The general fund has some money that we could utilize. I really don't anticipate having, between now and the next 3 months, having to borrow more than about maybe 15 or 20 million, if that's kind of off the top of my head. When we pay the money back, it is paid back with interest.
I was going to ask about the interest. Yeah.
So we're not taking away from because those other funds would be sitting there and earning interest in those other accounts, but still cheaper than borrowing money
from the bank.
Doing other types of loans. And it enables us to get working on these projects now.
Before everybody else.
With everybody else in the county passing their bonds, everybody's going to work.
Yeah.
And so we just want to get out there.
And labor costs go up.
And do much of the work, a lot of the projects in the summertime, we want to be able to start right that first Monday after school is out.
Do I have a motion to adopt Resolution 242512, resolution for the Board of Trustees of the Fullerton School District regarding its intention to issue tax-exempt general obligation bonds?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? No? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, we're to section 12, board member requests for future items. Is there anything that people would like to add to the list of things? Ruthie, are you turning on your mic?
Yes, I am.
Really?
So last May, the majority of the board voted to approve a facilities use and an MOU agreement with Delta Sports to start a new program, our elite sports program. And I've seen on social media that we're now advertising for next year, recruiting new students. I would like us to have a 1-year review as a new pilot program. I think it's time for us to learn, see what went well, what we can work on, what we can improve on as we think about next year. So I'd love to know more about how students have experienced it, just general information about which students participated, boys and girls, what sports they were part of, the different sports programs and dance programs that we partnered with, that they participated in, how many students received scholarships that we were designated for that, and how they're doing academically. I'd love to hear information about transfer, as it was advertised as an opportunity for us to maybe have new students joining us outside of FSD that did transfers into our school district. So I'd like to hear some of that data to kind of understand how the program has gone this year, and then really have feedback from students, parents and families, as well as the staff at the school that were affected by that program, and how it's been applied this year. So I think if we're going to make changes for next year, I would hope to see something maybe before the school year ends, April, May, that we can then have a conversation about what changes to do for August.
Second.
Is that clear? So it's the so just to clarify so they know it, is it the actual Performance Academy or the Delta Sports MOU?
I think both. I would like to know more about the entire Sports Academy, Performance Academy, and then specifically as one of the aspects, the MOU with Delta. And I mean, we
talked about the possibility, it doesn't have to stay Delta, how have our relationships with other nonprofit and sports academies gone, and what would that look like, even possibly adding to those in the new year?
Okay, all right. And would that be a communique or a present?
I guess, well, we would bring it, I think, probably aim for April.
Okay, okay.
I think a board presentation would be nice.
Perfect.
And then that way, it's a public conversation, and then we could invite public comment from families and community members who may have experienced and been part of it.
Okay, perfect, all right. Anybody else? All right, seeing none, we will adjourn at 10:04. 4 minutes past our curfew.